Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to a beautiful, bright, sunshiny day here in Lakeland Airport in Florida for Sun and Fun 2022. My name is Larry Strain. I'll be up here with several other announcers describing all of the activity that you're going to see today. Much better day than we had yesterday because we had over 3 inches of rain here. A lot of the aircraft were unable to make it in, much less do any flying, but we've got that solved today. A little windy, but gosh, we got a nice sun out, and it's a beautiful, beautiful day in southern Florida. We've got a lineup that you wouldn't believe, including a lot of military that you're going to see here and some static displays. And remember, we're live all over the world with LiveAirShowTV streaming, and we're happy to be back with them once again this year. Hope that you folks are watching in. As we prepare to get started here, we need to go down. I understand that Stephanie Strickland is back with us, incidentally. She is such a wonderful interviewer, and there's a lot of special things and special people here every year at Sun and Fun. And I think Stephanie has come upon someone right now. So, Steph, take it away, dear.
Larry, the best part about this is that I can hear you loud and clear. I have some wonderful guests with me right now that I would love to have a minute to introduce you to. I am joined by Major Hayden Fulham with the A-10 demo team, as well as Captain Lindsey Johnson, Gator and Lil, respectively. Gator, what does it mean to come out here and fly Sun and Fun?
Oh, this is an amazing show. You know, I've never had the opportunity to come to this show, even growing up as a patron. So to be here for the first time and get to actually participate and fly in the show, and to see an event on this scale with this many airplanes, this many performers, so many professionals, and this kind of crowd, it's pretty amazing.
The A-10 demo is always a crowd favorite, and Lindsey, you have had the good fortune to work as Gator's safety officer at a number of different air shows. What is that like? And explain to folks what you're doing up there when they see you at the top of the announcer stand with that radio in your hand.
It's an amazing experience. It's awesome to be there on the ground, basically being the one that's basically his wingman on the ground. So when he's up there doing his maneuvers, he's calling out his altitudes and his airspeeds. So he's letting us know, making sure that he's at the appropriate altitudes, and then calling out any timing maneuvers for him. So it's just great to be out there and see what the A-10's capable of doing, from the ground at least.
Your family's out here, right?
Yes, we got both of our families out here, so I'll let Gator tell you a little bit about his family that he's got here, but my dad is actually a CFI out at FIT Aviation, so he's been flying back and forth from Melbourne, where I was born, so it's great to be back in the Sunshine State.
Gotta love the hometown heroes. We're so glad that you're back here with us. So your family's here as well, I hear?
Yeah, absolutely. Got the family out here. I grew up in North Georgia, so parents are out here. My younger brother's out here from Davis-Monthan. He also flies A-10s with us, so he's out here for the trip as well. Yeah, I got a lot of family, got a lot of friends, and it's been a great week so far.
Who's a better A-10 pilot? Come on, I had to, guys. I had to.
Me.
Spoken like a true American hero and a fine patriot. Yeah. I just want to ask you, what is your favorite maneuver to fly?
Oh man, in the demonstration, it's probably the vertical 540. That's what we start the show right out the gate with a vertical 540. Bring the A-10 straight up 90 degrees nose high and start doing rolls straight up in the sky. A lot of folks don't even know an A-10 can do that, so that one's always fun to show off right out of the gate.
And is that also the most technically challenging? Because sometimes the ones that look the simplest are actually the hardest.
Yeah, true statement. The most technically challenging, probably the slow roll, which everyone thinks that's one of the simplest things you do. No, it's probably one of the more difficult things where you're actually manipulating all the control axes of the airplane all at the same time to do a nice, steady, straight line, slow roll. Yeah, it's pretty difficult.
Guys, I'm so thrilled that you took the time. You can obviously give the A-10 demo team a follow, find out where they're headed to next, and see a lot of their behind-the-scenes content that they produce on social media. For now, though, I just wanted to say thank you. Have a wonderful, wonderful, flight today. We look forward to seeing the demo, and Lil will give you a wave when you're up there on Air Boss Command and Control Tower. So thank you very much for your time.
Thanks, Jeff.
These guys are awesome. And with that, we will go ahead and toss it to a quick commercial break, where we will be back in just a moment.
life around travel but not sure how? A role in aviation customer service at Piedmont Airlines is the best way to get your foot in the aircraft door and join the aviation industry. No prior experience required. Our customer service agents have gone on to become pilots, maintenance professionals, and even top leaders within our company and American Airlines. If you are ready to grow in aviation, explore what we have to offer at PiedmontAirlines.com and see where you can go.
People ask me, you know, why Aeroshell? Why do you fly behind Aeroshell? Because I've flown behind it my entire life. My father flew with Aeroshell. Wrap it up as peace of mind. Peace of mind.
And we're very proud to be able to represent Aeroshell. They're our biggest sponsor. They've been great to the team.
It's a proven product. I've flown so many hours behind it. It's one less thing I worry about.
One of the most important things is safety, because for years we've used Aeroshell oil and continue to do so at this time. We use the Aeroshell W120, which has been a fantastic oil for us, and it's just got great properties, and the lubrication that it does for the engines, we never doubt what it's doing and how it's working for us. And we push the engines pretty hard. They build a fantastic product. Their engineering department, the formulations that they come up with that oil and the grease that we use on the aircraft are better than anything in the world.
Welcome back, everyone, to Sun and Fun Live, powered by LiveAirShowTV. You had a little chance to see that video, right? Very excited to introduce to you our next guest. We have Danny Cooper joining us now from the Tampa International Airport. Danny, thank you for making the time and coming out here today.
It's pretty easy to make time to come out on a perfectly bluebird day to see a bunch of airplanes and celebrate this whole kind of carnival we call aviation in the aviation industry. So it's obviously my pleasure.
It's really neat to see the whole community come together. You have a lot of commercial aviation interests here, which are, you know, very applicable to you. You have the military, we have social media influencers, we have our demo teams, we had Doc just come by down the taxiway. Just honestly incredible. Tell me a little bit about the good work that Tampa International is doing these days. You have really focused on making the customer experience for those of us that fly into that airport one that we love.
That's 100% true, and it's not just us today. Actually, the founders of the airport back in 1968, as they were designing Tampa International Airport, said we would design the very first airport built for people, not for airplanes. Up until that point, the airplane was the primary focus, not the person. We've continued that focus over the past. We just celebrated 50 years of that terminal building this past year. We were gifted a brilliant design, but there are 650 people that work at the Aviation Authority every day that continue to put the passenger at the fore. We don't make a decision to construct anything, to build anything, to change anything without understanding exactly how that passenger experience is going to be impacted. And it's not just passengers, by the way. We have another 40 to 50,000 guests in the airport every day for the passengers that are there. So it's a real focus we put on it. We're laser focused on it all the time because the guests and the passengers are the most important thing we do.
I definitely think that makes an impact for folks because an airport experience can really set you up for what's going to be a tough and challenging flight or something that might be more enjoyable. So we appreciate the work you're doing on that front. It's also very important to note the big business that comes along with it. So one of the things that makes Sun and Fun so special is the expo that's attached to it, right? Dollars make the world go round. Talk a little bit about the economic impact of the Tampa International Airport.
So we actually have an entire airport system. A lot of people don't know that. So we have Tampa International Airport as well as 3 general aviation airports. Peter O. Knight Airport, Plant City Airport, and Tampa Executive Airport are also part of our system. The big airport itself is about $14.4 billion a year in annual economic impact. Almost 11,000 people make a living out there. So 650 of us that work for the authority, but all of the rental car employees, concessions employees, airline employees, ground handlers, they all make a living out there as well. We support over 105,000 jobs in the Tampa Bay area. Our general aviation system supports hundreds of jobs, both on and off the fields where they are, and those 3 airports have a combined economic impact of more than $300 million. High-wage, high-skilled jobs all throughout our community, all supporting aviation. I think it's the most important thing to realize is aviation, locally, statewide, and nationally, is 10% of the GDP. I'd also like to make sure I give a shout out to our Tampa Executive Airport because we are actually celebrating right now that we are the General Aviation Airport of the Year as selected by the Florida Department of Transportation. 140 general aviation airports in the state of Florida, and Tampa Executive is #1. We've always known that, but now we can actually say it out loud.
Congratulations to such a wonderful milestone and for always thinking about the customer and business experience as well. Danny, we certainly appreciate your time. Now, I do have to let you know that one of the places that you can fly to, and they have a number of nonstop and connecting flights, is Reno. And I mention Reno specifically because of the Reno air races. For all of us out here who love general aviation, who have seen some of these jets today, and who love air racing, if you haven't been in a while, it is time to come back. We want to show you a little slice of what rah-rah is all about.
To the future.
You need to be here! You gotta be here! You gotta be here!
Travel is often about the journey, not just the destination. At Piedmont Airlines, our culture of caring for one another is truly what makes an aviation career so rewarding. Become a part of our diverse team of aviation professionals today. Discover your journey and explore what we have to offer at PiedmontAirlines.com.
Thought I'd take just a moment to introduce the voices that you're going to be hearing from up here throughout the day. On my left, Brittany Nielsen, brand new up here on the stage. Dave Kime here has been here 31 years announcing at Sun and Fun. And here is one of the top announcers in the United States today, ladies and gentlemen, Luke Carrico, and he's going to be the first voice that you're going to hear. And you're going to do Chef Pietz, correct? Yeah, so we got a great lineup. Let me tell you what's going to happen, ladies and gentlemen. We've got the SOCOM jumpers, the para commandos that'll be bringing in our flag very shortly, along with the MIAPOW flag. Patty Wagstaff. I mean, talk about women in aviation. You hear the name Patty Wagstaff, you know exactly who we're talking about. Jim Peitz will be flying that aerobatic bonanza. Can you believe it? Aerobatic. And we will have the A-10 Warthog along with the United States Air Force Heritage Flight. The Aerostars will follow that. Grant Nielsen will be along as Cap 222. Mad Max demo team. Michael Gulian will literally tear up the skies for you. And then the Super Hornet will fly, along with the United States Navy Legacy Flight, followed, ladies and gentlemen, by the United States Air Force Thunderbirds. You've met the announcers, but up top there's a gentleman that really runs everything, and he is George Klein from Charlotte, North Carolina. He's our air boss. He runs everything in the sky and literally on the ground as well. We're so happy to have him as our air boss. Now, ladies and gentlemen, if you live within 1,000 miles of Lakeland, there's no need for me to introduce this fellow. I'm talking about none other than John Lights Leanhouse, former naval aviator, captain, who he and his wife Nancy have spent the last 10 years here with all of his heart and soul putting together ACE. Lights, it's just incredible, and you've decided now to hang it up and relax a little while.
I certainly have, Larry, but let's do this. Let's go welcome, welcome, welcome to all you great young men and women, boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen. Are you ready to rock the planet with the most incredible aviation show in the entire United States? I hope you are, because we're fixing to have ourselves the 48th annual Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo, which is our largest fundraiser. Today, we'll raise money all week long for the young men and women to get a chance to get into the aerospace industry, learn to fly, learn to fix, learn to maintain, build, design all those great airplanes and spaceships that'll take us to Mars. Because of you being here, you're enabling us to help fuel those jet engines that will carry them into the future. And we can all then enjoy the fact that we did more than just have fun. We committed ourselves to help the next generation of aerospace professionals. So as you sit out here today and look up into the sky and see these great aerial acts, remember, you're making a difference. You're changing the planet. You're changing lives for the better. Think and God bless each and every one of you. Let's have a super Sun and Fun day.
Thank you very much. John Lights Leanhouse, ladies and gentlemen. And Lights, if I don't see you, it's been a pleasure knowing you, my friend.
You as well, sir.
Okay, very good. All right, I think we got something lined up for you to watch right now.
The feeling of exhilaration and anticipation when you lift off the ground and break through the clouds. It was that feeling that inspired the Wright brothers, Amelia Earhart, Bessie Coleman, Neil Armstrong, to shatter boundaries and explore frontiers that others thought were impossible. For over 40 years, we have been sharing that incredible feeling of flight at the annual Sun and Fun International Fly-In and Expo. It is what drove us to grow from a small group of aviation enthusiasts to one of the largest conventions in the world, and paved the way for us to create something that would impact future generations. With that vision in mind, the Aerospace Center for Excellence, or ACE, was formed. ACE resides on the 25 acres of the Sun and Fun Expo campus in Lakeland, Florida. Today, with the support of the Fly-In, year-round events, generous donors, volunteers, and key partnerships, ACE is reaching over 20,000 students, funding $2 million in STEM education programs, including $430,000 in aerospace scholarships annually. ACE was the first to create a high school flying club with its own grass airstrip, the first to have a high school unmanned aircraft system club operate on airport property, the first to have a fully functioning Boeing 727 classroom. We are the world's leader in producing teenage pilots, and we have launched an airframe and power plant certification program. ACE is home to the Central Florida Aerospace Academy, a public STEM high school, and aerospace discovery at the Florida Air Museum, the official aviation museum of the state of Florida. Through ACE, we have accomplished extraordinary firsts and are preparing today's youth to meet tomorrow's aerospace challenges. Our world needs more Orbals, Wilburs, Amelias, Bessies, and Neils, ready to explore and inspire us to be more than we ever thought possible. Join us in giving the gift of flight and creating the next generation of aerospace professionals. The Aerospace Center for Excellence, where the sky is just the beginning.
I have found my new best friend, and the reason why is because she has the read on some fantastic tourist destinations that are very close to here that I'm very excited to tell you about. We are joined right now by Carmel Churchill from Bahamas Aviation, here to talk about the Grand Bahama Island and what it has to offer. Thank you for coming down here to speak with us today.
Thank you. We're really excited to be here as well.
Tell me a little bit about the island. You were running me through some of the statistics, and that's when I decided you and I need to make a trip out there so I can see this for myself. It sounds spectacular.
Certainly. The islands of the Bahamas consist of over 700 islands. 16 of them are available for visiting and for tourism. Grand Bahama Island is the 4th largest and one of the first islands you'd come to when you leave South Florida. So we're really excited about our proximity to getting to the island. And once you're there on the island, we have over 96 miles of island to explore. 60 miles of it is just pure white sandy beaches, and there's actually 44 named beaches that you can explore and lay out on. One of them being Gold Rock Beach, which we call our welcome mat to Grand Bahama Island. So fly in from Sun and Fun, land at Grand Bahama International Airport, and you can be on one of those beaches within 12 to 15 minutes.
That sounds amazing. What is your experience when you're on the island and you see the reaction of people who have taken the time to come visit and spend some time with the people and experience everything that island has to offer? I imagine a lot of happy faces.
Indeed. I mean, for myself, I'm a Grand Bahamian, and so I get to see visitors almost every other day, okay, especially during this time of COVID. But when visitors come to Grand Bahama Island, one, we're really grateful for the fact that they took the opportunity, made the journey, and come over. And secondly, when we look in their eyes and see their smiles when they're eating that fresh conch salad and drinking back our cool Sans beer.
Sold. All right, I do want to ask you quickly, you mentioned something to me about an initiative you were working on for a flyover in 2023. Did I hear that correctly?
Indeed. So next year, the islands of the Bahamas will be participating in Sun and Fun as well. On the Friday of the show, a group of pilots, about 20 of them, maybe more, will get in their aircrafts and fly over to Grand Bahama Island from the show. When they land on Grand Bahama Island, we will take them to one of those 44 beaches. They will broadcast live back here to the show, where they will be sipping a Sans beer and eating some fresh conch salad.
Carmel, I think that's where Sun and Fun is going to be broadcasting from, if I have anything to say about it. Thank you so much for your time, and we will be back right after a short break.
You gotta be here!
And welcome back to Sun and Fun Live, powered by LiveAirShowTV. I'm Steph Strickland, been hanging out with you here all day. This next guest that we have, I'm very excited about. You may recognize her from TikTok. I know she's recognizable from TikTok because I keep getting stopped everywhere I go with her and they say, fly with Kay, fly with Kay. How are you today?
I am fantastic. How are you?
I'm really good. Thank you so much for making the time. She has like 1.5 million plus followers on TikTok and does a lot of really interesting general aviation stuff. What do you think of the Sun and Fun experience? Holy smokes.
Sun and Fun is unlike anything ever. I mean, I came for the first time last year and literally the day I left, I was already excited to come back. And it never lets me down. It's always a good time in the sun.
We here at Sun and Fun love hearing that. And I know that Kay had a chance to kind of walk around some of the booths. Check out D20 because that's actually where the Grand Bahama Island folks are with Bahamas Aviation. So if you want to catch one of those flights next year, we got to try to hook that up for you. I think your TikTok audience would love that. I want to talk a little bit about the Aeroshell flight. Tell me what you did while you were here.
It was insane. I did actually get to go and fly with the 4th airplane with Jimmy on the Aeroshell team. It was my first time ever doing any aerobatic flying, and it was unlike anything I will probably ever experience in my entire life. And I will be posting another video about it, so stay tuned.
When you were in the airplane and you saw exactly the precision and how close they are, tell me a little bit about that moment, because I specifically, when we were lining this up for you, wanted you to be in that airplane. What was your reaction?
Honestly, I was so taken aback by the fact that they got so close, and it was very cool because I never have actually been able to do any formation flying of any kind, so being able to do one in such a cool airplane with such incredible pilots was unforgettable.
Well, Kay, we appreciate you. You can also find her on Instagram as well if that's, she's got just tons of content out there. And we're glad that we can, help share the Sun and Fun experience with a broader audience because it does fund a whole aviation and aerospace community, a flying club, a school. I mean, it's just such a wonderful cause to get behind. So we appreciate your support down here. Where can they find Little Red? You're just kind of over there, kind of to the back towards the hangars displays, correct?
Yes, that is correct. Once you leave the Warbird ramp, if you just look over to the left, you'll see Little Red all proudly displayed.
All right, thank you very much for that, Kay. So there you go, Larry Strain. Lots of kind of fun guests that we've had today, and Kay was amazing. And I will let you know, Larry, that tomorrow we have Jimmy coming down for an interview where I'm actually going to ask him how she did. So we'll talk to him about that. Larry, up to you.
Probably wondered, I saw everybody looking while I go to the helicopter high above, and you saw those yellow and black streamers coming down, wondering what those are. Those are called woodies, wind drift indicators, and they're thrown out of the aircraft or helicopter that is carrying our paracommandos. As a matter of fact, all parachutists use the wind drift indicators. That gives the chief on board as well as the operator of the ground control system where and when to leave the aircraft to make it back to show center or the target. And up here I have with me Staff Sergeant Eric Chang, who's going to tell you all about the jump here. And Eric, I think the wind has subsided substantially, so it looks like we're going to be able to get a jump in.
Yeah, Larry, we've definitely lucked out. The weather conditions have been a little bit more favorable than yesterday, so we're going to definitely take that into consideration. What the streamers are doing right now, we're having to offset to make sure that we shoot our target area the way that we need to. But we've got an experienced team up there. If you look across the board with all the jump experience that our jumpers have, they've done collectively over 42,000 jumps.
Oh, wow. Now, do you have to interview to get into the paracommandos, or is it very selection process, it just goes automatic, or how?
Are you trying to jump with us, Larry?
Yes, I've done it. Tandem, though, twice.
Yeah, so there is a selection process. It's best if they have a little experience ahead of time, typically around 200 jumps to be able to get onto the team. And actually, this is a very unique team because the SOCOM Paracommandos are actually a joint service team. We jump with our sister services from Navy SEALs to Marine Raiders to Special Forces to Rangers. The only prior requirement is that they had to have been in an operator spot. In addition to that, we also have retired DoD civilians. So we actually have a gentleman that jumps with us. He's 61 years old and still going strong.
Wow, that is terrific. Yeah, I was just going to mention the fact that it's all services that are participating with the, and you're located right down the road here, aren't you, the headquarters?
We're located right down at MacDill Air Force Base. Yeah. So it's actually nice to be able to get out and really be jumping in our home backyard.
Well, we're just, should be Let's see. Oh, we got the helicopter right above us, so go ahead and take it.
All right, so Larry, right now what's happening is they're flying overhead. Our jump master is getting his final sight markers on the ground. They're getting wind speed readings from the DZSO. Now, as they're looking at those sight markers, what's going to happen is that they're going to actually climb out on the skids of the aircraft, and that aircraft is traveling at about 60 knots. So that's an ACMBB Vulcan, piloted by Chuck Aaron.
Jumpers away.
And the jumpers are out. They went out at about 4,000 feet. And they're doing what's called a stack out maneuver, where they basically exit the aircraft one after the other. And they're going to start compensating for the wind, getting themselves on heading. And in just a moment, we should start seeing those flags coming down.
Forward speed of about 15, 17 miles an hour, something like that, right?
And right now, with our paracommandos, on behalf of the 73,000 women across approximately 80 countries around the world, we want to thank you for letting us be here and be a part of your activities today. And there it is, 900 square feet of red, white, and blue.
These are Ram air parachutes. They fill with air and they act almost like an aircraft wing.
They do. They have a high degree of maneuverability. Now, they do range in size. Our canopies that we have going on right now are our standard rig that we use for most of the demonstrations.
And speak a little bit just quickly about the smoke. How does that?
So the smoke is actually attached to their ankle, and as they exit the aircraft, there's a string that runs up that's held to their leg by a couple of rubber bands, and when they pull that, it deploys the smoke canisters.
All right, flag is out. So ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to have you rise and remove your cover. Lauren Taylor Knock from Longboat Key in Florida, 13 years old, who is a gifted student at Martha B. King Middle School, will sing our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light, once so proudly we hailed, and the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight, all the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets reckless, the bombs bursting in air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does the star-spangled banner yet wave? Oh, land of the free and the home of the brave.
Wow. A remarkable and beautiful rendition of our national anthem sung by Lauren Taylor Knock. Lauren Taylor, thank you so much. You did a wonderful job, dear.
Absolutely outstanding. And we'd also like to extend a special thank you to the cadets being led and advised by Cadet Commander Kratz. These young cadets are actually the ones that caught the American flag as it came down onto the ground. So you can follow us more on Facebook and Instagram by using keywords SOCOM Parachute Team or SOCOM Paracommandos on behalf of General Clark and Special Operations Command. Thank you for having us, and enjoy Sun and Fun.
Thank you very much. See you tomorrow. Well, you probably heard that aircraft engine start in the background, and that belongs to Chef Pietz. And as I said, Luke Carrico will be up here to tell you all about Chef very shortly in that beautiful red and black airplane. I want to remind you, though, you see a lot of people around here with vests on and different colored shirts with big Sun and Fun emblems on them. There are over 3,500 available positions here. There's the Bocal 105 helicopter that you carried our jumpers. But there's only there is over 3,500 available positions here at the Florida Air Museum. So if you would like to volunteer to be part of the Aerospace Center for Excellence, you can do so at the headquarters there. But they'd be more than happy to have as many volunteers, because it takes tons and tons and tons of people to put on this spectacular show. A lot of folks flew in this morning, and that was because they were delayed yesterday. We had over 3 inches of rain here. It was pretty awful for a little while. The Thunderbirds did not even get to practice yesterday, but they're ready to fly. They are professionals. They don't need to practice. They rehearse occasionally, but that's their story. So we're just about ready to start. We'll get the helicopter on the ground. Chef is an air start. What we mean by that is he will take off, check out all the instrumentations in the aircraft, make sure everything is in the green, and then he'll call down to the air boss, ready, start, and then Luke Carrico will begin telling you all about this phenomenal airplane and the pilot. Once again, we're streaming live all over the world with LiveAirShowTV. Glad you could join us. Send us a little note on where you're watching from. Last year, or not last year, but the last Sun and Fun, because of COVID, we had over 4 million visitors to the site. So make sure you type in where you are watching from. We'd love to know. Jim Peitz in his aerobatic bonanza taking off. He'll go to orbit. What we mean by that, he'll go to a station clear of the aerobatic box area and hold out there while Chef does his performance, and then he'll be called back into the box once Chef gets through by our air boss George Klein and start his retune. Now this, you think, well, it's a 4-place family type airplane, and indeed it is, but this is a unique bonanza because it is fully aerobatic. And wait till you see Jim Peitz fly this. He's from Pierce out in North Dakota and does a marvelous job in flying a family type bonanza. All right, stand by, ladies and gentlemen. Here's Luke Carrico.
Well, thank you very much, Larry Strain, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and another warm welcome to Sun and Fun 2022. It is a privilege today to announce for the chef, Clemens Kulig, flying this little home-built biplane we call Chef Pietz, the Pietz Special S1. For those of you who know, the Pietz Special biplane got its start in the 1940s, designed by the late Curtis Pietz, and this airplane and modifications of such went on to dominate the world of competition aerobatics and ultimately inspired Clemens Kulig to pursue a path in aerobatic flight. Now, an IA, an AMP mechanic, and an air show performer, Clemens built this biplane in his garage and paid for it by working as a professional chef. And much like a full-course meal, we'll see the full plating of three-dimensional maneuvers in this remarkable little airplane here today. Chef Pietz Air Shows brought to you in part by Lima Bravo Aviation Insurance, Aerovolts lithium aircraft batteries, Cincinnati propellers, Precision Jet Service at Avionics, Sports Smoke and Shutter Bombs, Ikamaru Restaurant of Stewart, and many others. He'll be inbound momentarily as we stand by to get things started. And now, ladies and gentlemen, making his debut performance here at Sun and Fun, let's give a big welcome to Chef Pietz and Clemens Kulig. At over 170 miles an hour, 20 feet above the ground, he pulls into the vertical to perform this 6 of 8 point hesitation roll. He'll cap it off on the top with a quick hammerhead turnaround and push out to the inverted. In negative G flight now, flying upside down. We watch as he extends off to the right end of our air show box, continuing to push inverted outside as he climbs around for a series of aileron rolls on the downline. Trading altitude for airspeed, airspeed for altitude as he sets up now for his next maneuver. Clemens is from Stuart, Florida. He got the flying bug when he was just 8 years old after seeing the famed Red Devils perform at an air show up in Rhode Island. He started flying gliders shortly after, having his parents drive him to the airport. Unfortunately, flying took a back seat for a little while as he worked his way in the culinary world, rising up the ranks from dishwasher to professional chef. He went on to cook in some of the most prestigious country clubs throughout the eastern seaboard, but always had that passion in aerobatic flying and a mission to get back in the cockpit. So with some extra pocket money and some time accumulated during the day, he started this Pietz S1 project in 2013 and rolled it out, flying to its first event ever right here at Sun and Fun. This year, Chef expects to stay fairly busy, traveling and performing in about a dozen air shows across the country this year. Chef, of course, all about serving up his figures with flavor. And this his unique rendition of a classic aerobatic maneuver known as the avalanche, doing so in the inverted position. All the forces of gravity trying to push him out of that cockpit as he completes this outside loop with a roll on the top. Clemens was the winner of the Pietz Trophy in aerobatic competition in 2013 with only 30 hours of flight time in this airplane. He takes a great deal of pride in consistently improving his figures and tightening up his routine as he comes back down now in this rapid snap roll on the 45-degree down line. Chef was further inspired by many of the air show greats, likes of which include Leo Laudenslager, Art Scholl, the Canadian Reds, and the French Connection, and much of their influence has been worked into Clemens' aerial performance. Sliding back down the same way he went up, completing the tail slide maneuver and recovering just 200 feet above the ground. Diving in now for that energy, that smash. He'll bring it around in this level 8. He is now going to pull into the vertical and set up for the second course of today's flight. But as he does so, judged by your round of applause, how do you like Clemens Kulig so far? Very good. Now Clemens is going to extend out in front of us and take a short break. And he's going to take this opportunity to check his engine instruments, make sure those are in the green, and a few extra winch downs on the seat belts as well. It's pretty violent in that cockpit with all of this outside maneuvering. He will prep for the second part of his routine, and as soon as he is set and ready, he'll be diving in and setting up for one of our favorite maneuvers. This is going to be what is known as the torque roll. It was a maneuver first seen back in 1972 by the great Charlie Hillard to win for the U.S. the gold, as he uses the torque of the engine and the Cincinnati propeller to rotate around in just one spot in the sky. Picking up the flight line, 170, 180, 190 miles an hour into the vertical. Let's watch as Clemens Kulig performs this, the torque roll. How about that, ladies and gentlemen? Let's give it up for the chef, Clemens Kulig, and the torque roll. Keeping it up close and personal. And now, this time, from the right for the very challenging slow roll. A very simple maneuver visually, but by far one of the most difficult maneuvers to perform well. Clemens is very pleased to be presented by many of his sponsors who have helped make his debut performance here at Sun and Fun possible. He wants to thank his friends at Lima Bravo Aviation Insurance, Aerovolt's lithium aircraft batteries, the team at Cincinnati Propellers giving him excellent climb performance out here today. He wants to thank Sport Smoke, the makers of smoke grenades for all projects, and shutter bombs for his colored wingtip smoke. He wants to thank Precision Jet Center and Avionics. A shout out to them who have been gracious enough to allow Clemens to be off from real work today. And to Ikamaru Restaurant, Chef's absolute favorite eatery out in Stuart, Florida. That's saying something from this guy. Performing now the big barrel roll right at show center all the way around in the full 360-degree maneuver, maintaining 1 plus positive G on the airplane all the way around. Now, Chef is going to change it up just a little bit and perform a spin on this classic figure as he sets up for something not performed by any other air show pilot we know of. This time from the right, Clemens Kulig and his signature outside barrel roll. A whole lot of negative G's trying to push him out of the cockpit, and a whole lot of hashtag no for me. Now, Clemens is going to extend down to the left-hand side, and for many of you who follow Clemens on social, you know he's got a big announcement today, and that is he wants to dedicate his performance to his longtime buddy Kevin Bachand. Why? Well, that's because he's getting married tonight at Coconut Flyer. So to mark this very special occasion, and since microwaves are overrated, he's going to perform this ribbon cut in salute to his buddy Kevin, and to Robin, a big congratulations to those guys as he hits the ribbon right there at Show Center. Congratulations to you all, and of course a pretty cool wedding gift on behalf of the chef. Clemens is very proud to perform for you all today, and he thanks everyone involved in making Sun and Fun possible. This will be his last and final pass, and your final opportunity to capture Chef on your cameras here today. For the 2022 Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo, let's put our hands together for Clemens Kulig, Chef Pietz. On behalf of myself as well as Clemens, thanks so much for having us. Looking forward to the rest of the show. We'll throw it back over to you guys.
Thank you so much. Nice job, Luke. Danny Clisham, who you're going to hear from short time from now, and I were just talking about the slow roll maneuver that you saw him do, and that is one of the most difficult maneuvers to do, and a good air show pilot will always do one just exactly like that, and the things are moving inside the cockpit as well as the airplane moving on the outside, but there are constant control inputs, rudder, aileron, and elevator all the way through the slow roll. And if you notice, he went in, entered the maneuver, and exited the maneuver at the same altitude. So really, really tough flying, but a man like Chef can do it so very, very well.
Larry, I'll tell you what, Clemens is so pleased to be here making his debut performance here at Sun and Fun this year. As I mentioned earlier, he built this airplane much in his garage with some pocket money, being a professional chef. And, you know, we were talking with Clemens earlier on in the week, and I asked him, I said, how do you want your routine to be presented? What's the flavor, right? And he said, you know, ordinary guy. He's like, I went out had a project, had a goal, went out, pulled it off, and he's been flying air shows all across the East Coast, throughout the Midwest, and staying very busy this year, of course, with his full aerobatic performance. So he's going to be taking his way up here back to the hot pit, and as he does so, he'll be coming down the flight line directly in front of you. And if you see him out there, be sure to give him a big wave, give him a big round of applause. He'll really appreciate that. Of course, he won't be able to hear you with the engine running, but he certainly would be able to see you. So be sure to wave your hands, wave your hats, wave your ice cream cones, if the case may be. And a big salute to Clemens Kulig here at Sun and Fun 2022.
Thank you so much, Luke. Well, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's my pleasure to introduce you now to one of the aviation's most popular and accomplished pilots, and I'm talking about Patty Wagstaff. Patty is thrilled to be here today flying at Sun and Fun. As soon as we get this Amazon aircraft on the ground, she'll be taking to the air. Well, let me tell you a little bit about Patty before she flies. She has won many, many awards for her flying, including being inducted into the National Aviation Hall of Fame. She's a 3-time U.S. National Aerobatic Champion, 6-time member of the international competition, and 6-time winner of the Betty Skelton First Lady of Aerobatics Award. She has received both the National Air and Space Museum for Achievement Award. Her airplane, the prototype Extra 260 that she flew to become the first woman to win the U.S. Nationals, is on display at the Smithsonian's National Air and Space Museum in Washington. Patty flies unlimited hardcore aerobatics. You're going to see why. Her style is smooth, but also it is very aggressive. I want you to particularly watch the precision of each maneuver, even the most aggressive tumbles, spirits, and the rolling turns. Just wait till you see how she handles this airplane. She's incidentally going to perform a inverted ribbon cut today in the middle of her routine. She'll cut a ribbon with her prop held between 2 poles out in front of us, just 22 feet above the runway. Remarkable. And you're going to see the superb performance of Patty's Extra 300S. The Extra is designed for unlimited aerobatics and is the aircraft of choice of many, many world champions. Certified horsepower Lycoming engine driven by an MT propeller. I want you to particularly watch the takeoff. It will surprise you. We're not flying, incidentally. Patty runs the Patty Wagstaff Aviation Safety Company in St. Augustine, Florida, providing aerobatic, upset, and airmanship training to all level of pilots. I've flown with Patty several times.
Ever dream about building your life around travel but not sure how? A role in aviation customer service at Piedmont Airlines is the best way to get your foot in the aircraft door and join the aviation industry. No prior experience required. Our customer service agents have gone on to become pilots, maintenance professionals, and even top leaders within our company and American Airlines. If you are ready to grow in aviation, explore what we have to offer at PiedmontAirlines.com and see where you can go.
You gotta be here!
Aggressive. Wait till she gets some airspeed and then watch for the snap. Ready? Pull. Right to the knife edge, and then look at that. Negative G's on the outside, trying to throw her outside of the cockpit. She's strapped in there with a 5-point harness along with her parachute to keep her in there. Negative G's try to throw you out of the cockpit. Positive G's push you down in your seat. Two snaps from the inverted, right back to the inverted. Patty has a routine, but she changes it. She's a freestyle aerobatic pilot when she's not in competition. She flies what she feels like. So we never know what she's going to do. We just talk about her a little bit, about her history and what she's doing now. And if we can describe a maneuver before she enters it, we'll try to do that. Side slip, flying the airplane sideways. You're not supposed to do that. On the vertical down line now, back to show center. We talk about the crispness of her maneuvers, and you can see why I mentioned that, because they are so precise. Of course, that's a big engine out front of that extra. Tumbles, shoulder rolls, snap rolls, avalanches, hammerheads, spinning loops. And she does an outside maneuver, an outside 360, while rolling the airplane. I want to tell you about that one if she does it today. She does it with snap rolls. Patty, proud to be sponsored by the best aviation companies in the world. She'd like to thank them, because without them, she wouldn't be here flying for you today. MT propeller, the winner's propeller, make her the finest performance and noise-reducing properties. Bose, the best in aviation noise reduction technology and headsets. Champion Aerospace, Sarasota Avionics, Concord Battery, and Lord Mounts. Okay, we've got the ribbon out there, stretched between those two poles, only 22 feet above the runway. Strong, strong wind blowing. This will be very difficult in the wind. She'll come down and take a really good look at it. Plan her approach according to the wind. She's got a left quartering tailwind. We'll try to push her out. Took a good look at it. See what kind of corrections she needs to make on the cut. Now just flying upside down to see what it looks like from that angle. First time I flew with Patty, she did a really, really hard routine. I got to feeling really, really faint, and I wanted to throw up, but I couldn't figure out which way up was. All right. Into the wind. Right down low. Gonna do it this time, Patty. I gotta take one more look at it. See how she had that wing banked a little bit to the left? Getting a side view just to see what kind of correction angle she had to make due to the strong wind. And it is really blowing. They were forecasting 30 to 35 mile an hour winds today, but a nice warm Florida sunshine that we like so much. All right, this is it. Patty Wagstaff, the ribbon cut. Watch carefully now. Upside down. No, you're not going to try it that way, Patty. It's difficult enough upright, bingo, right to the center. Did you get it? Yes, sir. Nailed it right in the center. Miss Patty Wagstaff. She's going to climb now and take a little breather after that. Get some altitude and then start her last half of her performance, which will include that rolling 360 with snap rolls. And it is highly, highly unusual and extremely difficult to do. Now, we got a lot of things coming up. Jim Peitz in that family bonanza coming next. The A-10 Warthog, the tank killer from Davis Montgomery Air Force Base. There's Patty once again for the second half of her act. Hard pull to the vertical, or the 45. Then she's going to do a square loop for you. Square it off. Look at the wind blow her. That's an octagon loop. 8-sided loop. And for the final one. There you go. Snap rolling to the knife edge slide. Been a lot of video shot inside the cockpit with Patty, and it is truly violent when you see that head snapping back and forth this way and that. Incidentally, the smoke that you see out of all the airplanes here today, including the Thunderbird aircraft, is a very, very lightweight oil. It's a machine oil called Corvus oil, and it is biodegradable. It's been approved by the EPA. It won't hurt you, but it's pumped in right into the exhaust stack. There's a little tank and a motor pump on it. When the pilot wants smoke, they just squeeze the trigger that they've added to the yoke, perhaps, or on the side, and that pumps that Corvus oil right into the hot exhaust, making the white smoke. Like I said, biodegradable, won't hurt you. Mosquitoes hate it, which is fine for us. All right, let's see if we set up for the 360 rolling with the snap rolls, because that's a remarkable maneuver, very difficult to do. And I don't know anyone else in the flying world that does this. I think she's about set up for it now. Let's see. Up. Gonna do the knife edge slide, sliding one way and then the other. A lot of rudder in that maneuver. Oh. On the 45, snap. Look at the slider. Patty's school is right up the road at St. Augustine. Does a lot of training up there. Occasionally on YouTube, well, not occasionally, most every week you'll see somebody graduating with an aerobatic certificate from Patty's school. A few waves to you from Miss Patty Wagstaff. You know, with this wind, she may not attempt the rolling 360. Let's see if our air boss George Klein or Brad Klein, we got two air bosses today. All right, back to show center. Patty's, I don't think she attempted. No, she's not going to attempt it. A wind pretty pretty strong up there. So better part of valor is not. Look at that wing down into the wind. Let's see how she plants it. Very nice, holding it off. Nice 3-point landing, but right away she gets that tail up for directional control. Very few people 3-point an airplane in winds like this. Patty Wagstaff. All right, now it's time for Mr. Hollywood himself, none other than Danny Clisham, representing the Pacific Aviation Museum. Danny, I'll keep an eye and go for it, my friend.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, my pleasure to introduce you to a man who's been totally immersed in aviation his entire life with great excellence. Coming in from your right, ladies and gentlemen, from Pierre, South Dakota, gentleman Jim Peitz and the Aerobatic Bonanza. Jim is the owner of Mustang Aviation, a full-service FBO located in his hometown of Pierre, South Dakota. Mustang Aviation provides charter, air freight, flight instruction, maintenance, and aircraft sales. Jim is happiest when he's in the sky and heavily promotes aviation wherever he goes. Since his first solo flight 46 years ago, Jim has amassed more than 18,000 hours of accident-free flight time in more than 151 different models of general aviation, that is, airplanes. As he continues his aerobatic series, you'll see Cuban 8s, full rolls, hammerhead turns, barrel rolls, some precision point rolls, and some surprises. Well, this year marks Jim's 30th year of performing aerobatics, and during that time, he has entertained millions of spectators throughout North America. Jim is probably known for his high G gyroscopic performance in his Extra 300L, but now he enjoys performing in his 450 Stearman, a Harvard Mark IV, the P-51 Mustang, and of course this, the Aerobatic Bonanza. Jim continues to be amazed by the response that he gets when flying this Bonanza. He thinks it's largely due to the surprise factor that people experience when they see a 4-place family sedan going inverted, doing rolls and loops. Jim believes that aviation is one of the greatest freedoms that we enjoy in America. He feels that precisely controlling an aircraft through an aerobatic sequence with precision and energy management is the pinnacle of his aviation career. Well, Jim is heavily involved in the air show industry, having served for 6 years on the board of directors of the International Council of Air Shows. 2 of those years serving as chairman. He currently serves on the ACE committee, also an aerobatic competency examiner. Jim also acts as a mentor to many new aerobatic pilots. Watch for Jim now to cut the pie into 8 equal slices every 45 degrees. In 2014, Jim was proud to achieve the highest honor that can be achieved in the air show industry. It is the International Council of Air Shows Sword of Excellence. Well, a little bit about his aircraft. The Beech Bonanza has been around longer than any other aircraft in continuous production. 17,000 Bonanzas have been built. Starting back in 1947, you could have bought an original Bonanza for $7,400. Today, you could purchase a 75th anniversary edition G36 for just under $1 million. Right down on the deck is gentleman Jim. Now this time, 4-point hesitation roll, hesitating in knife edge flight, upside down knife edge flight, and back right side up. Well, this we have to tell you. While watching Jim perform today, keep in mind that this is not an ordinary Bonanza. A very rare 1986 F-33 Charlie, fully certified for aerobatics. Of the more than 17,000 Bonanzas produced, only 177 of them were certified for aerobatics. As a matter of fact, this particular aircraft is serial number C177, which makes it one of the very last F-33 Charlies ever produced. The airplane is equipped with a stock 300 horsepower Continental engine, turning a Hartzell 3-bladed Super Scimitar propeller, also equipped with state-of-the-art avionics by Aspen. Even though this airplane, certified for +6 and -3 times the force of gravity, has the same horsepower as Jim's hot rod airplane, his Extra 300, but this weighs 3 times as much. Not equipped with an inverted fuel or oil system. It's all technique and smooth flight and energy management. Now, in order for Jim to make this performance possible, he had to be the master of energy management. He's proud to list the legendary R.A. Bob Hoover as one of his most influential mentors and friends. He's a very highly experienced aerobatic pilot, as you have heard. He is telling you, do not try this with your stock Bonanza. And a shout out to his great sponsors. Thank you to Hartzell Propeller, the leader of aircraft propeller systems, built on honor in Piqua, Ohio since way back in 1917. Sirius XM, from wheels up to wheels down. Jim has superior graphical weather and entertainment at his fingertips to maximize his situational awareness and comfort. Aspen Avionics, able to withstand the punishment imposed by an aerobatic routine, still allowing Jim to safely make it back home in the most demanding instrument conditions. There is the photo pass as we continue to tell about his great sponsors. Now, Jim's going to have a little bit of fun as he sets up for his landing. Keep an eye on the airplane. In order to land, he's got to put the gear up because he's upside down. The gear was up. Now he's right side up and the gear down. Don't panic, everybody. It's all okay. Whalen Aerospace Technologies producing the high-performance lighting solutions for certified and experimental aircraft made in America since 1952. Phillips 66 aviation products. At home or on the road, it's always Jim's choice of fuel. And, of course, his great business, Mustang Aviation. State-of-the-art, full-service FBO located in his hometown of Pierre, South Dakota, in the great state of Sodak, as we're proud of saying. You can stop by, going cross-country, visit Jim, see his amazing lineup of aircraft, and have a little fun, maybe do some hunting, have some work done on your aircraft. Many air show pilots going cross-country stop in and spend the night with Jim and Kathy. Now, ladies and gentlemen, about this airplane, why is it aerobatic? Well, the few that they made aerobatic, they have a feature called a quick jettison door on the right. In addition to that, around where the baggage compartment is, it has been strengthened with heavier sheet metal. The tail structure is from a larger model, stronger Beechcraft airplane. And in the wings, they have 2 tanks in each wing to distribute the weight of the fuel to the outer portion of the tank so that G-loads do not concentrate on the airframe center section or under Jim's seat. As he taxis in, we'd like to tell you some things about Jim. We got great conditions today, but Jim will be out with the rest of us in September at the Reno National Championship Air Races presented by that great company, Steel. The Steel National Championship Air Races, they are from Virginia Beach, Virginia. Full line of lawn maintenance. They've got everything. Now, field elevation at Reno during the races, 5,000 feet above sea level. It gets hot out there. Quite often, for you pilots, there's a density altitude of 10,000 feet. Day in and day out, sometimes more. Yet even with that challenge to an airplane, an engine, a pilot, and the wings of the aircraft, I dare say that you'll see gentleman Jim Peitz pull over 3.5 Gs doing these same maneuvers. That is skill, that is artistry, and he has got the touch, whether it's his hot rod airplane, P-51 fighter, T-6 trainer. It is the mark of a pro to be able to fly the airplane around its capabilities. And talk about going cross-country, he and his wife, Kathy, they pack a lunch, get a jug of iced tea, put the autopilot on, fire up all of his great sponsors' products, and head out to the show in the family sedan, and then the same airplane performs to the amazement of many crowds. Jim's already getting out of the airplane, and if the guys don't need the microphone back, we'll wait for him to unstrap, stand up on the wing, and give Jim Pietz a big round of applause. JP, as his friends call him, Gentleman Jim, as we like to call him, Mustang Aviation, Pierce, South Dakota. Mag goes off, switches go off, master goes off. Belts are undone, headset's done, and you'll see him get out of the cockpit on our side. And by the way, I can tell you this, there are not many, as I told you, of those aerobatic bonanzas. Jim Pietz knows where all the good, high-quality aerobatic bonanzas are and where they aren't. If you want to buy one, call Jim. He knows the one for you. Out of the cockpit now, let's put him out on the wing. Ladies and gentlemen, up and down the flight line from Pierre, South Dakota, gentleman Jim Pietz and the Aerobatic Bonanza. Thank you, man. Thank you, Larry. Thank you, Dave. Yeah, I see my old buddies here from the A-10 team. Good to be back out again. Good to see you guys. All right, Dave and Larry, it's all yours.
All right, thank you very much. We're going to have a short pause here, ladies and gentlemen, and I'll explain to you why. We got 4 Amazon departures or arrivals that are going to happen. We are operating under what we call a TFR, a temporary flight restriction, and that is issued by the Federal Aviation Administration, which restricts airplanes from entering our airspace. We own the airspace from the center of the airport 5 miles out in any direction and up to 16,000 feet. And that keeps any kind of aircraft out of our area. You could just imagine if you're tooling around up there in a Warthog, or you're a Thunderbird traveling at 550 miles an hour, you don't need to be looking around for small airplanes or other things flying. So that's why we issue a TFR. Now there is one caveat to that, is that we cannot impede any kind of commercial traffic into or out of the airport where we have the TFR. Thus, we build time into the schedules to make up for departures and arrivals of commercial airliners, or in this case, we have 4 Amazons. Now, I think we got 2 departures and maybe 2 arrivals, but anyway, any 4. Okay, we'll be right back after this.
People ask me, you know, why Aeroshell? Why do you fly behind Aeroshell? Because I've flown behind it my entire life. My father flew with Aeroshell. Wrap it up as peace of mind. Peace of mind.
And we're very proud to be able to represent Aeroshell. They're our biggest sponsor. They've been great to the team.
It's a proven product. I've flown so many hours behind it. It's one less thing I worry about.
One of the most important things is safety, because for years we've used Aeroshell oil and continue to use it.
Let's all go to the lobby. Let's all go to the lobby. Let's all go to the lobby to get us.
For the engines, we never doubt what it's doing and how it's working for us, and we push the engines pretty hard. They build a fantastic product. Their engineering department, the formulations that they come up with, that oil and the grease that we use on the aircraft, are better than anything in the world.
Transition to the Sky, a program at the Aerospace Center for Excellence that will prepare you and your family for future air travel. Learn what it's like to experience every step, from arrival at the airport to baggage claim, and participate in routine passenger tasks. parents and caretakers of children or adults with special needs often face difficulties as a result of balancing the needs of their child or adult with the common stressors of an airport. Join us on the Sun and Fun Expo campus in Lakeland, Florida to learn to overcome any obstacles of flying in a fun and supportive way. For more information on this program and more, visit flysnf.org.
This is the MH-47 heavy attack helicopter, commonly called the Chinook.
This machine here, it's one of the most powerful aircraft that's in the military's inventory. It provides a lot of support for our troops overseas. It provides many platforms for commanders around the world to conduct various sorts of missions in support of many operations that we see ourselves.
I see a lot of appurtenances on this aircraft that I haven't seen on a lot of Chinooks. Can you tell us a little bit about this particular aircraft?
Yeah, absolutely. So this is a MH-47 Golf. It's a multi-mission helicopter that's used for special operations. You have various things on this helicopter that you might not see on a regular Chinook.
Such as?
Well, for instance, we have the M134 miniguns on both sides for both the forward crew members to use, and on the back side we have the M240 machine guns for the ramp gunners to use as well. We have extended range fuel systems, and we have a camera on board. In addition to ramp, we have other means of getting troops in and out, including fast roping, and of course you can use this as an aero platform to deliver paratroops as well.
Very good. The camera you're referring to is a FLIR, I assume, right? Forward-looking infrared?
Yeah, forward-looking infrared, similar to what an Apache has.
Thank you again, Frank, very much.
Travel is often about the journey, not just the destination. At Piedmont Airlines, our culture of caring for one another is truly what makes an aviation career so rewarding. Become a part of our diverse team of aviation professionals today. Discover your journey and explore what we have to offer at PiedmontAirlines.com.
Hey, and we're back. We've got one more Amazon taxing out, and then we'll be ready to go. I wanted to talk to you young folks out there who are aspiring to be pilots. And if you're not here in the ACE organization, and you want to get ready to get behind the yoke of an airplane, get your ground school stuff all out of the way and pass the ratings, pass the ground school rating and such, Sporties has come out with a series of new videos, lessons, and you can watch it on your iPhone at home, on your television, your computer, or whatever. And it takes you entirely through the ground school. It will teach you every single thing. All the rules and regulations, how to figure course, distance, wind drift, everything involved in getting your PPL. So if you want to get ready and be able to go right to the airplane after you've taken your private license test, then I would suggest just look at Sporties and see what they have to offer, because it is phenomenal. It'll make it so much easier and so much better than sitting in a classroom and watching someone working with a chalkboard or something. Check it out. Airboss has not given me any signals for the last and final. One more coming. Taxing out now, so we've still got some time. And down in the TV truck, if you want to play some more commercials, why, set them up and let me know, because we're gonna, looks like a slow taxi. It's gonna be a while. Go ahead and take it.
I've had a chance to see this before, but I've never had the opportunity to actually meet the people who created it and I understand you approved the modifications you made. Tell me what you've modified.
Well, in the last 7 years, I've put a bunch of stuff on, but the most important thing that I've gotten on is my new bubble machine, and I've also got an afterburner.
You must love him so much.
I do love him so much. So much fun to be his wife.
It brings so many people joy. What's the reaction?
Oh, it's been great. It's unbelievable. I got a chance to show off the afterburner a couple nights ago, and the crowd went wild. Yes, it's really fun, and it's a more exciting part of it. You know, the bubbles are great for the kids, but this is real adult stuff that we got going on now. And there's night shows that occur around the air show circuit, and we'll have it for them then, and that's the best display.
I can't wait to see that. When he first came to you with the idea, did it take a lot of convincing, or did you just know? Did you know you're like, okay, we're going to do this? Oh.
I love it so much that I can't even say that I would be silly to say that I didn't want it in the first place. It's so much fun. We go through the crowds, they go crazy, and it's just, they bring excitement to us. We give it back to them, and it goes back and forth from the youngest people to the oldest people here, men, women, everybody loves it. It's so much fun.
And I was going to say, I sponsor myself, so I don't take any money. It's only for charity and donation purposes, and we do good things around we live in Spruce Creek, and so I've done weddings and I've done birthdays and stuff for friends, and it's just a good deal for the community also in Spruce Creek.
I can't wait for you guys to have the opportunity to check this thing out. Outstanding job to the both of you. This is so fun, such a crowd pleaser.
Thank you.
Well, that video you just saw was a tandem jump with the para commandos. had no idea they were going to do that, but that was me with a pair of commandos jumping from 16,000 feet down at Randolph Air Force Base a couple of years back. You know, you can go to, there's plenty of commercial places around here that you can pay to do a tandem jump, and if you'd like to do that, I would suggest strongly. It is really a thrill, a moment. It is not dangerous at all. You're strapped on to your instructor or tandem partner very, very well, and it's easy. Little tiny jerk when the parachute opens, but that's about it, and then they'll actually let you control it on the way down. I did want to mention that while we are not flying, there's a lot of things to see and do here at Sun and Fun. One of them is Paradise City, which is way behind me, about a quarter of a mile at the very south end of the airport here, is the Paradise City Stoll Port. What is a STOL? That's short takeoff and landing. And you can see all kinds of aircraft over there that have been designed and built for short takeoff and landing. And it is amazing that some of the airplanes that you see can get off in as little as 100 feet. Some of them have the big Tundra tires on them to fly up in the Arctic and such. But it is spend a few minutes over there if you can while we're not flying and take a look at the STOL operators. It's very, very, very intriguing. I think we are about ready. Let's check with our ops officer for the Warthog. First off will be Stuart Milson in the P-51D Mustang. He's going to go up and go to orbit and set up there while Gator does the demonstration for you, and then they will join together in the United States Air Force Heritage Flight. The old and the new, the past and the present. Stuart on the roll now, advancing the throttle on 1,500 horsepower in a Packard-built Rolls-Royce Merlin engine. Listen to the sound of the Merlin.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the United States Air Force, the commander of Air Combat Command, General Mark Kelly, and all the men and women of Air Combat Command, we would like to welcome you again to Sun and Fun. I am the A-10 Demo Team's NCO in charge, Technical Sergeant Brian Pontes from San Leandro, California. Joining me on stage, my partner in crime and the A-10 Demo Superintendent, Master Sergeant Brian Sandoval from Albuquerque, New Mexico. Our safety officer and combat-proven attack pilot, Captain Lindsey Mad Johnson. As a member of Air Combat Command's 355th Wing, located at Davis-Monthan Air Force Base in Tucson, Arizona, it is my pleasure to describe for you a capability demonstration by the heavily feared and effective close air support aircraft, the A-10 Thunderbolt II. Our mission is to provide the close air support needed for our Army, Marine, Navy, and all allied ground forces so they can operate anywhere, anytime. The A-10 demonstration pilot is Major Hayden Fulham, call sign Gator from Rising Fawn, Georgia. Since commissioning through ROTC in 2012, Major Fulham has become a veteran instructor pilot with over 1,700 hours in the A-10, including 92 combat missions, amassing 500 flight hours, supporting Americans and coalition ground forces in the skies of Iraq, Afghanistan, and Syria. Because of its toughness, tenacity, and devastating good looks, the people who know it best, the pilots who fly it, and the mechanics who maintain it have unofficially dubbed it the Warthog.
Copy, Warthog, inbound.
There are over 170 A-10s still in service today, operated by Air Combat Command, Pacific Air Forces, the Air National Guard, and Air Force Reserves.
Well, it was funny because George says,
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to get ready, because here comes Major Fulham from your right in the A-10 Thunderbolt II. Major Fulham pulls back on the stick, sending the A-10 straight into the vertical, showcasing the Hog's power and maneuverability in all attitudes of flight. Major Fulham is now positioning the A-10 for a pass down the show line. We'll here perform a double aileron roll. The Hog's ailerons make up almost half the size of its wings, enabling it unparalleled controllability at slower speeds. From the left, Major Fulham and the Gator roll. Major Fulham is now preparing to swing back around and demonstrate a slow roll along the show line to display the Hog's precise handling characteristics. As he rolls, you will notice a heritage jungle paint scheme inspired by the F-105 Thunder Chiefs operated by the 355th Tactical Fighter Wing during the Vietnam War. Known as the Thud, F-105s were the dominant attack aircraft during this conflict. Now, from the right, the slow roll. Major Fulham is now executing a classic aerobatic maneuver, the Cuban 8. It's the A-10's remarkable maneuverability that enables it to perform its close air support mission. Twisting and turning low over the battlefield, the Warthog can operate and deliver devastating firepower under a 1,000-foot ceiling, unmatched by any comparable fighter. The A-10's turbofan engines add more than just power to its performance. At just over 9,000 pounds of thrust each, they are capable of propelling the A-10 at a top speed of 450 knots. They are also extremely quiet, making the Warthog much harder to hear and aiding immensely in achieving the crucial tactical surprise on the battlefield. Major Fulham is now repositioning his aircraft to perform a level 360-degree high G turn. It's the A-10's quick turn rate and small turn radius, which enable it to work effectively over the battlefield, even under marginal weather conditions. Major Fulham just completed that turn in only 1,400 feet. This is less than the size of an average NASCAR racetrack at well over twice the speed of any driver. On the battlefield, this capability enables the Warthog to turn quickly and evade enemy air defenses. Major Fulham is now configuring his aircraft to demonstrate the A-10's slow speed controllability at its final approach speed of 120 knots. Get your cameras ready. This slow speed pass will give you a good chance to see the A-10's high bypass engines and unique tail design. These distinct features help mask the engine heat signature, aiding the pilot to defeat infrared missiles. Let's go to the cockpit of the A-10 and hear what Major Fulham has to say.
Hey, good afternoon, everybody. On behalf of the A-10 demo team, I'd just like to say thank you to such a great event. Oh, a great crowd. It's an honor to be here to fly such an awesome airplane for you. We're proud to be back in Florida. We're proud to be here at Sun and Fun. We hope you guys have a great weekend. Attack.
Don't put those cameras down yet. The A-10 is the premier close air support aircraft supporting our ground forces engaged with the enemy. Listen now as we pass Major Fulham a close air support target brief, known simply as a 9-line. This will demonstrate the Hog's ability to find, target, and engage enemy forces using the A-10's weapon of choice, the ground-pounding GAU-8 Avenger 30mm Gatling gun. Firing 70 rounds per second, its giant projectile delivers 7 times the destructive energy than the more conventional 20mm round.
Guard 1, call ready 9-line. Guns ready. This will be a Type 2, bomb on target. 1, 2, 3 from your hold. Elevation, 140 feet. Enemy personnel in the open. At show center, no mark. Friendlies, south, 150 meters. Eagers back to your hold. Remarks restrictions. West to east with guns. Ready rebacks. Stud 1, reach back 140 feet, west to east with guns at show center. Good reback, push 1 ready. Guns, type inbound. Stud 1, up and in from the west. Stud 1, continue. Stud 1, cleared hot. Copy, cleared hot. Good hits, good hits. Request immediate re-attack. Same remarks, same restrictions. Stud 1 copies, you expect me in from the east, 15 seconds with gun.
It will now take Major Fulham about 30 seconds to get back in firing position. With 2 Hogs working together, enemy forces could be under A-10 fire once every 10 to 15 seconds.
Cleared hot. Jumping you, cleared hot.
Major Fulham is now climbing up for his final attack, where he will simulate dropping 500-pound bombs. These general-purpose bombs are useful for cratering airfields or destroying buildings, adding versatility to the Hog's arsenal of weapons. Major Fulham is now performing a jink-out maneuver. This continuously changing 3-dimensional maneuver makes it very difficult for enemy anti-aircraft gunners to track the A-10. The Warthog was built to withstand significant battle damage while having the capability to fly on a single engine and a total loss of hydraulic power. The A-10 has a well-known reputation for strength and striking power, a reputation earned in multiple deployments where Hogs destroyed numerous enemy armored vehicles, artillery sites, Scud missiles, and was even credited with 2 air-to-air kills. Today, the upgraded A-10C continues to set the standard for supporting Allied forces in today's fight. Now, from the right, major form and a 4-point roll. Ladies and gentlemen, Major Fulham is now repositioning the A-10 for the dedication pass. We would like to dedicate this pass to the men and women of the armed forces, their families, and all veterans in attendance today. Our heritage paint scheme is in remembrance of those prisoners of war missing in action, and ultimately the 1,584 service members who still have not returned home from Southeast Asia. From behind and to your right, A-10 Demo proudly presents the dedication pass. Once again, we salute all those fighting in today's joint fight and any wounded warriors and veterans in attendance today. We especially want to thank those who have given their lives in defense of this great country and all of their families who have sacrificed so much. The United States Air Force's Air Combat Command provides the essential combat air support capability for today's joint fight. The A-10 has consistently demonstrated its ability to fly more than 4 sorties per day, a tribute to the skill and dedication of our magnificent maintenance teams. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a hand to all of our outstanding maintainers and all of those service members keeping our aircraft fit to fight. Ladies and gentlemen, we hope you've enjoyed this brief display of only a fraction of the A-10's full combat capability. As an integral part of the most capable Air Force the world has ever known, your A-10 Warthogs are ready to defend our nation's skies and dominate the battle space anywhere on the globe, ready to aim high, fly, fight, and win. Our phenomenal maintenance team assisting today's demonstration from Tucson, Louisiana, Staff Sergeant Noah Kinsel. From Lawrenceville, Georgia, Staff Sergeant Robbie Benson. From Harrisville, New York, Senior Airman Caleb Spencer. From Northfield, Minnesota, Senior Airman Cody Polzine. And from New Iberia, Louisiana, Senior Airman Tori DeQueer. And joining us from Public Affairs from Montgomery, Alabama, Senior Airman Jake Stevens. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to take a moment to describe the unique history of what you're about to watch. In 1997, the leaders of Air Combat Command assembled a select group of retired military and civilian performers to celebrate the 50th anniversary of the United States Air Force. From this gathering was born the Heritage Flight, a unique visual representation of the Air Force histories from the days of the Army Air Corps to the present. Flying in formation today, a World War II era P-51 Mustang from the Kavanaugh Flight Museum, piloted by Mr. Stuart Milson, and a United States Air Force A-10, piloted by Major Hayden Gator Fulham. We would like to dedicate today's Heritage Flight to all military veterans in attendance whose sacrifices over the years have helped preserve America's freedom. We hope you enjoy watching this rare formation of classic and current United States Air Force aircraft on our journey from heritage to horizons. Ladies and gentlemen, the United States Air Force Heritage Flight. We hope you've enjoyed watching and taking pride in this rare display of more than 70 years of air power heritage. Since 1947, American airmen have been breaking barriers in air, space, and cyberspace, resulting in a force that provides unparalleled global vigilance, reach, and power. And we're not done yet. It looks like Major Fulham's coming back around to perform a slow roll from the right. And Mr. Stuart Milson in that beautiful P-51, the Brat 3 from the Kavanaugh Flight Museum. And a 4-point roll. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a hand to Major Fulham, the A-10 demonstration team, and Mr. Stuart Milson. As proud members of an all-volunteer Air Force, we hope our performance has inspired you to serve your country alongside the professional men and women you see in action here today. If you are interested in joining today's premier aerospace team, then find any member of the United States Air Force. Any of these amazing warriors will answer any questions you have and help you set your course for an amazing career. Don't forget to follow and tag us using @A10DemoTeam in all your photos on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. 2022 is bound to be an exciting year. Your United States Air Force is celebrating its 75th birthday, Air Combat Command's 30th, and the Air Force Heritage Flight's 25th. These milestones reflect a proud heritage, a tradition of honor, and a legacy of valor. On behalf of the United States Air Force, Air Combat Command, and the A-10 Demo Team, thank you for spending your Friday with us. Attack!
That's Stuart Milson in the P-51D Mustang on final approach there. Interesting history of the Mustang. The Mustang was not built for America. Early stages of World War II, the British did not have an adequate fighter for height, speed, and range. They came to the United States urging us to build a fighter for them. We did, and the result was the Mustang. Remarkably, from the time that the contract was signed, 117 days later, the first P-51 Mustang flew. It originally had an Allison engine, which powered the P-40. That didn't prove out well enough for the English, so they took a Merlin, Rolls-Royce Merlin engine that they'd been using in some of their bombers over there, put the Rolls-Royce Merlin engine into the Mustang, and it became the fighter really that won the war for us in Europe. After drop tanks were developed where they could put extra fuel under the wings and drop tanks, it became very, very noticeable very, very quickly that that Germany was on the downside, because we could now fly all the way from England, across the English Channel, from numerous bases that we had in England, across the English Channel, deep into France, and all the way to Berlin itself eventually, protecting the bombers of the 8th Air Force and the B-17s and such. Remarkable airplane. All right, now, ladies and gentlemen, time for the Aerostars. And here's Mr. Phil Dacey, my good friend and longtime announcer.
Hey, thank you very much, Larry Strain. What a day to be here at Sun and Fun. On the takeoff roll right now, ladies and gentlemen, they are your Phillips 66 Aerostars. The Aerostars are led in formation this year by Mr. Harvey Meek, the boss. He's a Royal Canadian Air Force F-18 Hornet pilot and also taught formation flying in the Tudor, which makes him an exceptional lead. He is a Boeing 737 captain for American Airlines. His wife Christine and Harvey have 2 boys, Brandon and Ben. His oldest son is a flight lead on the F-18 Super Hornet in the United States Navy. On the left wing, that's Paul Rocket Hornick. He's a former DHL 310 pilot. He's an instructor pilot on the Boeing 727 and now flies captain on a Hawker 800 corporate jet out of Gary, Indiana. He is married to Betsy, and they have 3 kids, PJ, Scotty, and Anna. Scotty is a fighter pilot in the United States Marines, and Anna is a midshipman at the United States Naval Academy. And our number 3 pilot, That's Jerry Molitor. He's our solo as well as our right wing pilot. He is a 3-time United States Advanced Aerobatic Champion and captain of the gold medal winning 1997 U.S. Advanced Aerobatic Team. He is also a 42-year veteran, Boeing 787 captain, and right now he is proudly able to call himself seniority #1 with United Airlines. He is married to Kathy and they have 3 kids, Jerry, Sarah, and John, who have brought them 7 wonderful grandkids. And now as they position out here off of Air Show Center, they'll be turning back inbound here momentarily for the start of their great air show demonstration. Now, as we got Jerry is in the lead right now from that #3 position. This is the one time he gets to play boss as they turn inbound from Air Show Right. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready for the beautiful vertical starburst. Jerry says, okay, guys, we got the power up. I'm looking for an airspeed about 240 miles an hour. I got 210. I got 220. He's cooking for about 230. At 235, 240 miles an hour, he goes, okay, boys, let's pull right on up into that beautiful Florida sky. Straight up, straight up, straight up into the vertical and roll and burst. Ladies and gentlemen, the Phillips 66 Aerostars and the vertical bomb burst. Oh, yeah. And now as we watch out here off Air Show Center, you can see quickly rejoining at over 350 miles an hour. That's the boss, and that, of course, is the Rocket Man. Now as they dive straight back in off Air Show Center, you can see Jerry's getting a big head of steam out here off of Air Show Left as he turns back around off that left end zone. #1 and #2 are repositioning out there off that left side. Jerry powers across the top, goes right back up into the vertical. Look at that extra 330 hunt for the sky. 580 cubic inches being fed by those great Phillips cross-country oil as he dives in right now. 230, 240 miles an hour as he reaches Air Show Center, punches it up the vertical. I think it's time for a twister. Right on up, the vertical tornado. Oh, yeah. What a ride. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for Jerry Molitor. Now vertical dive as he recovers out here off of Air Show Center. Coming in fast from Air Show Left. Let's watch as they reposition. Coming in fast from our left end zone. In the lead, that's the boss, Harvey Meek. On his wing, that's Paul Rocket Hornet as they extend down our show line. They punch up into the vertical, straight on up and across. Right on through, tilt their head back in the canopy. Get a nice view. Beautiful formation, half cube and 8. And now let's watch half rolls right back around, extending into the left end zone. Now as they extend back Air Show Center, you'll notice out here off that right side as Jerry Molitor repositions fast. He's going to rejoin into that right wing position momentarily. Look at him using the angles as they reposition right now. They're going to be starting off right here with the V formation loop. It's always been known as V formation, but in this instance, it's known as Vic, as in the victory oil that's going through the engines on those big Lycomings that power these German designed and built superplanes, the Extra 300 series. You notice Jerry has quickly rejoined out there on that right wing tip. And now as they join up in that V formation, this is one of their most difficult maneuvers that they do during this performance. They start this maneuver off with a nice Vic formation loop, and then they go right in to the V formation barrel roll. We'll talk about that as they come in. Right now, fast from our left, 220 miles an hour. The boss calls for the pull. Right on up. Look at that gorgeous blue sky right there as they go right on up across the top. Right on through. Look at that beautiful formation right now. They are your Phillips 66 Aerostars. And now keep your eye on our right wing man. That's Jerry Molitor. So you watch him start this roll. You notice as we start this roll to the left, he is on the outside, so he has to roll faster. He has to fly faster. But now as they get to the inverted, he has to decelerate his roll rate. He has to decelerate his airspeed to keep in that beautiful Vic formation. Ladies and gentlemen, they are your Phillips 66 Aerostars. Now as the boss brings it back across the top, the aircraft themselves are filled with Phillips 66 aviation fuel. Their engines are protected by the Phillips 66 20W50 multi-viscosity engine oil, much like I run in my own personal airplanes, and everybody I know uses that great Phillips 66 oil. And now as we watch out here from Air Show Right, let's watch the teams come back in right now. We call this a real confidence maneuver here as our wingman. You'll notice that on the left side here, on the inside, that's Paul Rocket Hornet. He is now flying with his head turned right 90 degrees. Conversely, on the right end zone, that of course is Jerry Mauler. He's got his head turned 90 degrees. As we do this, this is known as the line abreast loop. They are relying 100% on the boss to keep the formation exactly where they need to be. Airspeed, altitude-wise, right on up and around, and they do a dynamic formation change as they come across the top, right on into the V formation once again. Now as the team sets up out here off this left end zone here that we're repositioning up here for the maneuvers you want to hold your breath for. This is known as the breakaway cross, or as the team likes to call it, the breakaway cross country, in honor of the Phillips 66 cross country aviation oil. And now as we watch out here off that left end zone, as they swing around out here, they'll start this maneuver out by flying what we call 1/4 of a 4-leaf clover out here, flying it through about 3/4 of a loop with a 90-degree turn on the top. And then get ready, ladies and gentlemen, for the breakaway cross. From your air show center, ladies and gentlemen, the boss has got them going vertical, right on up and around. Tilt their head back, go right on across the top. And now the quarter roll for the 4/4 of a 4-leaf clover. And now as they extend away from air show center, let's get ready, cross. Ladies and gentlemen, your Phillips 66 Aerostars. And now returning right back at us here. From your left, that's the boss. From your right, that of course is Paul Rocket Hornet as they come at each other. Closure speeds over 400 miles an hour as they reposition out here off of Air Show Center. Now it's number 1 and number 2 quickly rejoin out here off that side. Coming back in right now off of our right side, you can see coming from Air Show left, you can see they're setting up for, that is Jerry Fossil Molitors. He's going to show us the Phillips 66 Tumbler. Right on around, rolls at 45 up, and there he goes. Oh, man. Grab a hold of her, Jerry. Right on around. Oh, man. That is one nasty ride. That is Jerry Molitor. And now approaching from Air Show left, this is the Phillips 66 Smoke Oil Roll. Right now, the boss is in the lead. He goes, okay, Paulie, let's sew some rolls. Right, now hanging inverted. Now wind them back up. Going right down our show line, hanging upside down. Roll back to the upright. Ladies and gentlemen, the Phillips 66 Smoke Oil Roll. Not to be left out, setting up right now. You've got Jerry Mauler coming in from our right as he'll be setting up out here off of Air Show left for the hesitation roll sequence, the precision pass, right on down the line here as we watch him rocking and rolling, right on down the line, showing you the very crisp roll rate of that extra 330. Now as he goes up about 30-degree deck angle, rolls around and exits out here off of that right end zone. You can see the team is now reset up out here off that right side, coming back inbound. Let's get ready, ladies and gentlemen. Harvey's is bad. We've got such an awesome crowd out there. The boss says, let's put a big heart in the sky right here in Lakeland. Coming in right now, ladies and gentlemen, put that big heart in the sky over Sun and Fun. They are your 2022 Phillips 66 Aerostars. Now as Harvey punches up in the vertical, he goes, okay, Paulie, you break it, and they go out there, putting that beautiful heart in the sky out here off Air Show Center. Look at that. Let's hear it for the Aerostars, ladies and gentlemen. But now coming in, not to be left out, that's Jerry Fossil Molitor as he pierces that heart. Ladies and gentlemen, your 2022 Phillips 66 Aerostars. Now we watch the team quickly rejoin from 3 different angles as we watch right now. The boss is leading them out there off of Air Show right. Paul Hornet is quickly rejoining out there as he'll cut the corner out there off of that right end zone, slide back into the right spot, and now coming in fast from overhead. You can see Jerry Molitor sliding in. He'll be joining up on that right wingtip. Now as they reposition out here off that Air Show right, diving into the aerobatic area. We're showing airspeed right now. The boss is showing about 175 miles an hour. He's giving Jerry just a minute here to slide back into position as he sets up out there. Jerry's punches right back into his wing position. Ladies and gentlemen, the Phillips 66 Aerostars and the rapid rejoin. Now out here off that right side. Let's watch as they set up for their next portion of their demonstration here. This will be the line abreast loop with the dynamic formation change into the Vic after they show us that beautiful victory roll right down the show line. Beautiful display by your 2022 Phillips 66 Aerostars. Tell you, all of our air show pilots really working hard for us today with these strong wind conditions. You know, it's been gusty as we watch the formations fly together today, all doing just an absolutely incredible job. They are the best of the best. You're seeing them all right here at Sun and Fun 2022. Now, as we watch the dive in, have your cameras ready out here. Get a nice wingtip photo of the 2022 Phillips 66 Aerostars. Look at that, working hard to keep that formation nice and tight. Nice crisp flying out there by your Phillips 66 Aerostars and those German designed and built extra 300 series aircraft. And now as they set up out here for their final pass, let's take the opportunity to say hello to each one of our 2022 Phillips 66 Aerostar pilots. Ladies and gentlemen, from your right, let's say hello to our team lead. He is the boss. Let's say hello to Harvey Meek. Flying on the left wing, that's Paul Rocket Hornick. And our right wing pilot and our solo pilot, that's Jerry Fosselmauler. Ladies and gentlemen, your 2022 Phillips 66 Aerostars.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Larry. Great to be here. We're looking forward to seeing everyone again tomorrow.
All
Got
right.
a lot of great air show coming up this afternoon. I'll tell you what a day to be here. Thank you so much for having us.
It's beautiful. Pick up the pace a little bit tomorrow, will you? You make it sound so exciting. That's great, Phil. I love it. All right. They do fly so well. A nice narration, sir. Very, very well done. All right, coming up next, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Grant Nielsen. Going to be narrated by his lovely wife, Brittany Nielsen, who has joined us this year up on the announcer stand for Sun and Fun. He's way up high. He does what we call an air start. He'll be moving in very shortly as soon as we get some airplanes off the runway. Very uniquely painted airplane. And the name is Bravo. There they go, the Mad Max P-51 team. They're going to be performing here very shortly for you, and you're going to be listening to the sound of over 3,000 horsepower of the Rolls-Royce Merlin engines. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go to Brittany with a microphone.
Larry, thank you so much. Let me tell you, Grant and I are so honored to be here at Sun and Fun. It is our debut here, not only in the aerobatic box, but also up here on the announcer's stand. And I just have to say a huge shout out to all of the sponsors and volunteers here at Sun and Fun. Ladies and gentlemen, if you are enjoying the show, let's hear a big round of applause for Sun and Fun. On the right, we have Grant Nielsen and the Cap 232 we call Bubbles. And as Grant dives into the box here momentarily, you will have the opportunity to see just why we call her Bubbles. Grant pulls up, starts his roll. His first maneuver is going to be the torque roll. I call it the corkscrew in the sky. He's starting to bleed off. Grant, back it up. Beep, beep, beep. You didn't know the airplane could go in reverse, did you? As he flops back over, he is pointing straight down. This is when the world starts looking really big, really fast. Now, Bubbles is a 1999 Cap 232. We imported Bubbles from Toulouse, France. Toulouse is also where Airbus is made and manufactured. And when Grant is not flying Bubbles, he is a first officer with a legacy airline in the Airbus 330. After purchasing Bubbles from the Midi-Pyrenees Aerobatic Club, we had her shipped over here. And Larry, let me tell you, It was a shipping container and the door swung open and I looked at Grant and I said, where are the directions? It was like an adult box of Legos. We'd like to give a huge thank you and shout out to our amazing sponsors. Hooker Harness, Champion Aerospace, EarthX Batteries, and Softy Parachutes. Demonstrating right there was the Hammerhead. That is Grant's favorite maneuver, mine as well. If you walk away today, why don't you tell your friends and family when you look up what a Hammerhead is? The Cap 232 is all wood and carbon fiber. The engine is an AEIO 580 engine with over 340 horsepower. Now, unlike some of the aerobatic pilots you see here today, Grant did not start flying until the age of 29. He received his first aerobatic lesson in a decathlon, and he never looked back. Grant has flown not only the decathlon, Pietz Special, many of the various extras. He has 10 hours in the Ford Tri-Motor and is type rated on the 747, 757, the A320, and currently now on the A330 flying internationally. Let's just say aviation is in his blood. Grant's father was a pilot and his brother has a life career in the Air Force. Grant and I are based now in Bradenton, Florida, and we also have a hangar back in Wisconsin. So we have a ton of fun taking bubbles across the country, performing for all of you. There again is the Hammerhead, kicking the left rudder, pushing over the top, coming back down, giving us a nice little roll. As Bubbles comes down, show center, have your cameras. Be sure to follow us. Grant's giving us a wave. Wave back, everyone. Look at that. I think that's his signal to say, I'm having a ton of fun here at Sun and Fun. You can follow us on TikTok, Instagram, and Facebook at GN Airshows or Grant Nielsen Airshows. Be sure to like, follow, and give us a shout out of your favorite maneuvers and pictures today. Coming over the top and around, giving us a nice quarter roll. It looks like we have Grant performing a Cuban 8. So we have one side of an 8 laying down, and let's see if he completes that figure 8 in the sky, coming over the top, upside down. Thank you, Hooker Harness. Rolling, doing a few rolls over the top. Now, if we did not have as much wind today, we would see that figure 8 hanging by the smoke in the sky. Upside down in the Hooker Harness, we are seeing a Humpty Bump over on the right-hand side of our air show box. Now I'm gonna see if Grant is set up to do this maneuver. You know, a loop, a big circle in the sky, so we're gonna see if he does a barnstorming circle. So he goes up, starts bringing the nose over the top. Oh! And look at not one, but 2 snap rolls. I call that a loop with a little flair. Now, Grant is also a competition pilot, and you may have heard today the International Aerobatic Club. The International Aerobatic Club does have a tent here. It's Aerobatics headquarters, located just behind our Warbirds. If you are interested in getting into aviation, especially aerobatics, I would invite you to go to Aerobatics headquarters and talk to some of the pilots that you are seeing here today. We love to not only showcase what aerobatics can do, but also talk to you about how to safely enjoy the sport. Grant Nielsen has been on the air show circuit for over 10 years, and we are excited to bring to you the CAP 232 Bubbles. We hope that when you take a look at Bubbles, it not only brings a smile to your face, but it inspires you to get involved in aviation. We will be performing tomorrow, and we will be walking around the air show grounds. So if you see us, please stop by. We'd love to share our stickers with you, along with our autograph cards. Again, we'd like to say a huge thank you to our sponsors, Hooker Harness, Champion Aerospace, EarthX Batteries, and Softy Parachutes.
There was a guy that used to come up here from Miami that's got one. It's all painted black cat. And he used to come up here every now and again, but I haven't seen him in years.
Ladies and gentlemen, please get out your cameras as Grant sets up for a photo pass. Again, be sure to take your photos, share them with us at GN Air Shows or Grant Nielsen Air Shows on Instagram, Facebook, and TikTok. Coming in from the right, ladies and gentlemen, Grant Nielsen and the CAP 232 we call Bubbles. Well, I don't know about all of you, but I am sure excited to be here at Sun and Fun, enjoying all of the aerobatics, the action, and all of the fun across the grounds. On behalf of GN Air Shows, I am Brittany Nielsen, and I want to say a special thank you and turn it over to Dave Keim. Dave, it's all yours.
Or Larry, did you have something to say, Larry?
No, go right ahead.
All right. We're going to take it back a little bit here. In just a little while, you're going to see a wonderful demo by today's fighter planes, the F-16s, via the Thunderbirds, of course. Let's go back to World War II and the planes that helped us win that conflict, the P-51 Mustangs. You ask most people what their favorite warbird is. This one wins most of the time. And guess what? Today we have not one, but two beautiful P-51s doing a demo for you right here. As soon as we get Grant back on the ground, the airspace cleared, they'll call these guys in, and you're going to see, as Larry told you, over 1,500 horsepower each in these P-51s. The V-12 Packard-built Rolls-Royce Merlin engines. Sounds so sweet. Ladies and gentlemen, from the right, let's watch for the formation loop. Sound heard over Europe in the 1940s, a sound that helped win our freedom from the Nazi Axis. Over the top of the formation loop, we're going to see a right wing over. Tell you a little more about these planes as we go on. Very great formation flying to very slick airplanes. Into a formation barrel roll. You might notice these guys don't have smoke systems like most of the planes in the air shows. That's because these guys didn't have smoke systems back then. Not to mention it's kind of difficult to put a smoke system on a V12 engine because the smoke systems usually come out of the exhaust manifolds, and these have 12 of them. It'll be a little tough. All right, from the left, let's watch it separate for individual maneuvers. We have Louis Horschel in Mad Max. That's the name of the airplane. He'll come back in flying a loop. This is called the Mad Max Act. That's because of the name of the airplanes. There's that big barrel roll we were talking about. Formation barrel roll. Takes some real estate to get these aircraft turned around in because they are so fast. What a beautiful sky today. A little bit different than it was yesterday. Any of you intrepid souls were out here yesterday, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Not a good day for an air show yesterday. All right, now from the right, let's watch. As Louis again separates, comes back in and flies a solo loop. See the moon up in the sky. What a beautiful sky for an air show. Doesn't get much better than this. I hear the Mustangs out there. Nothing sounds like a P-51 Mustang. Here you go, from the right. Let's watch for that loop. Now the maneuvers you see these guys flying aren't just for fun. They were taught these maneuvers back in World War II to help them evade enemy aircraft and or get on their tail so they could gun at them. These are maneuvers were actually taught by the United States Army Air Corps in these very aircraft. Let's watch now for the full Cuban 8. You've probably heard this several times already today. A big 8 laying on its side in the sky. Up and over the top, you'll come to the 5/8 point of a loop. Roll the wings level on a 45-degree down line. Just like that. Into the other end zone, he'll do the same thing. He'll pull up on the 45, over the top, and at the 5/8 point of the loop. Roll the wings level to come back, and it's show center. Connect the two sides for that gorgeous 8 in the sky. Gets lots of altitude on those. Again, very slick airplanes, very fast airplanes, over 500 miles an hour at times. These things can fly. One of, if not the quickest piston aircraft in World War II. Okay, Lewis and Mad Max are going to take a rest, and while they do that, Ariel Ludi will be in with the P-51 he calls a Little Witch. And Mad Max just left, a Little Witch is inbound, right there. Ariel pulls to the vertical for a vertical roll. And dropping out of the roll into a loop. From the right. Tell you what, these are good aircraft to get photos of. Get those cameras clicking. Beautiful, polished P-51s. And believe you me, they look a lot better today than they did back in the days of combat. They weren't taking time to polish airplanes. They were taking time to refuel and rearm them. These proud owners today have them looking very, very nice. Okay, there's a loop from the right. Perhaps a half Cuban. At show center, he pulls back, doing about 4.5, maybe even 5 Gs, as tight as it's keeping these corners. And downhill again to complete the half. Cuban 8. All right, entering again from the right. Let's watch for a 4-point hesitation roll. Watch him go 90 degrees, 90 degrees, 90 degrees, and 90 degrees. A 4-point roll. Now Ariel is going to enter the box for an 8-point roll. Converting that altitude into airspeed. Keep that thing going across there for the 8 points. Let's count them. Especially the kids. Count them. You got enough fingers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There you have it. The 8-point hesitation roll. A wing over to the right. And then in town for a barrel roll. As Ariel flies the barrel roll, Lewis is flying down the show line to rejoin behind the crowd. The hardest part of this maneuver is finding your partner in the sky. Once you find him, you can rejoin with him. We're going to rejoin right behind us. Listen to that sound. Nothing sounds like a P-51. Okay, here comes Lewis down the show line at a high rate of speed. Got the chance to go to Reno last fall and watch those Unlimiteds. I tell you what, you hear a whole flock of those things at full throttle. Wow, what an experience. Totally amazing. Now, as they rejoin behind the crowd, they're going to enter back with a slot pass, a flat pass. But get the cameras ready, keep them ready, because there's a big photo pass coming. As someone else departs, I know who that is, but I'm not going to tell you. You'll find out soon enough. Rob Ryder in a box will tell you all about it, as I've been told. I hear those P-51s behind us. The Mustangs. Tell you a story someday. I think I already said it on the mic once out here today. I had a little come up at Oshkosh one year. All right, from the left, there you go. What a sight this is, folks. Imagine, these aircraft are old. They are, some of them 65 years old. But to look and sound like that wonderful, tight formation pass. Yeah, I had a little set to with Chuck Yeager about the engines and these things one day, interviewing him. I talked about how wonderful that Rolls-Royce Merlin engine was, and he set me straight. And it wasn't a Rolls-Royce engine. The Rolls-Royce designed it. Those engines were made by the Packard Motor Company in the United States. And I said, yes, sir, sorry. Now, again, these guys are going to come over, wing over, then a banana photo pass. This will be a great opportunity to get some photos of these beautiful warplanes from World War II that helped save freedom as we know it today. In a little while, we're going to show you freedom as we know it today and how it's kept today with the legacy from these guys. How about a big round of applause for these guys, folks? The Mad Max Airshow team of P-51s. Let's hear it for them, you betcha. They'll be back into land. And again, let them know as they come by. Give them a big round of applause. Wave at them. I don't know if they're running the hero cars today or not. They are. I'm told they are. They're going to be coming down the flight line probably. Let them know. Give them a big round of applause. Run out and shake their hand. They like to know that they're doing something that you folks enjoy. Because, like all of us here, they are volunteers. Not being paid to be here, just here because they love what they're doing. So let them know that that matters. Larry, what do we got coming up next, sir?
Well, before we talk about that, I wanted to remind everybody about the Aerospace Center for Excellence, here to engage, educate, and accelerate the next generation of aerospace professionals. That's why we're here. That's why we do Sun and Fun with the Air Show. Now, this is a great highlight, and this is really, you know, the showstopper. But deep down inside, as John Leitz Leanhouse says, and now Gene Conrad, who is going to be the new president and executive director, Sun and Fun Aerospace produces so many youngsters into the aviation industry, and we've got to keep that up. So if you can support us more than just coming to Sun and Fun, please do so. You can go to the website, click on the links that they have there if you'd like to donate some money. But also another way that you can help is joining us as one of the 3,500 volunteer positions that are open here.
You know, Larry, we saw the fruition of that program right here yesterday. A 737 from Amazon left here with a young man flying captain in the 737 that started his career here 13 years ago at the wonderful school here. And yesterday we saw him at the wheel of a 737. Unbelievable. That's the kind of thing that's going on here, folks, and you can help make it happen.
I might mention too, Dave, both of these P-51 Mustangs that you just described are two of the very few TF models that they made. It actually has control sticks and rudders and such. Okay, we're ready. George, he's not ready yet. He hasn't called down for his music. Anyway, coming up next, Michael Gulian. He doesn't fly an air show, he attacks an air show. So stand by to be awed by this young man who is known worldwide for his aerobatic competence. Ladies and gentlemen, coming up now is Mr. Michael Goulian. Watch carefully. You probably recognize the voice that was narrating Mikey Goulian's performance. That's none other than Rob Ryder, who normally is up here on the stage with us announcing, but he and his lovely wife Jill happen to be on a cruise right now. And I'm sure that he's probably got that laptop on, having a little pina colada or something on the trip, watching Sun and Fun. All right, you've probably been waiting for this. It's noise and it's speed. Ladies and gentlemen, coming up next, the United States Navy and the Super Hornet.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Lieutenant Ryan Garcia, call sign Peaches, and on behalf of the United States Navy, we are proud to present the Reno demo team. The demo flight profile highlights the mobility, versatility, and power of the most lethal carrier-based strike fighter aircraft in the world, the FA-18 Super Hornet, nicknamed the Rhino. Today's aircraft is performing is a Foxtrot model, which is a two-seat variant of the Super Hornet. In today's demonstration, we have Lieutenant Commander Zach Drum being the pilot, and he is back home. He is from Winter Haven, Florida. Let's give a round of applause. Welcome, Plattles, back home. Also, we have our Weapons Systems Officer, Lieutenant Tyler Spazzato, call sign Spud, from Coshocton, Ohio. They'll both be flying the F-18 to the edge of its operating envelope. During the show, the aircrew will experience nearly 8 times the force of gravity, accelerate to speeds up to 700 miles per hour, and show the maneuvering capability of the aircraft. Many of the maneuvers seen today will demonstrate the aircraft's capabilities being employed by naval aviators both in training and in combat. Watch on takeoff as Plattles and Spud executes a maximum afterburner, low transition into a tail stand up to a tuck under, and then performing their first official maneuver, which will be the dirty roll half even 8. Plattles and Spud, you are cleared for takeoff. Ladies and gentlemen, coming back from the left, as Plattles selects maximum afterburner, he will drop the gear, put half flaps, enter into a 360-degree turn while cleaning up the gear, straight into a half Cuban 8. From the left, dirty roll half Cuban 8. Plattles and Spud are now setting up for the flat pirouette where they would demonstrate the Super Hornet's unique ability to operate at slow speeds and high angles of attack. Watch as they execute a maximum performance loop away from the crowd, and at even slow speed, Plattles is able to rotate the nose 180 degrees parallel to the ground. Plattles and Spud are now setting up for the minimum radius turn to the tail stand. Plattles will select max afterburner, set a 90-degree angle of bank, and hold 7.5 Gs for 360 degrees of turn. At the end of the minimum radius turn, watch as Plattles selects max performance pull into the vertical, followed by a -2 G push over to level flight. The aircrew now setting up for the high-speed pass. During this maneuver, they will approach show center at 200 feet at nearly Mach 1.0, or just under 750 miles an hour. You may notice the white vapor coming off the aircraft, indicating that it is close to the speed of sound. Plattles and Spud will demonstrate the power of the F414 GE400 engines. In maximum afterburner, the motors combine to produce over 41,000 pounds of thrust while burning 60,000 pounds of fuel per hour. In max AB, all internal fuel will be depleted in approximately 13 minutes. Let's see if we can get Spud on the radio to see how fast they're going. The next maneuver is the vertical pirouette, approaching show center at 400 miles per hour. Plattles and Spud will pull the aircraft into the vertical and roll the canopy towards the crowd. At the top, the aircrew will push the nose below the horizon, then pull the nose back above the horizon before yawing the aircraft without ever taking its canopy off the crowd. This ability to rapidly swap nose position and tail position gives the Super Hornet a distinct advantage in the air-to-air arena of a dogfight. Plattles and Spud are now setting up for the square loop as the Super Hornet approaches show center at 350 miles per hour. Plattles will rapidly reposition the nose 4 times, flying a square path through the sky. Ladies and gentlemen, from the right, the square loop. The aircrew now setting up for the inverted whisper pass. Plattles and Spud approaching show center at 500 feet. They will reduce the throttles to idle power and roll the aircraft inverted. It takes a lot of concentration to fly upside down while hanging from the straps in your harness. Notice how quiet the aircraft is as it passes in front of you at over 500 miles per hour. Ladies and gentlemen, from the left, the Super Hornet inverted whisper pass. Plattles and Spud are now setting up for the high alpha pass. This maneuver will show you the incredible slow speed handling characteristics of the Super Hornet. Few other aircraft in the world would attempt to maneuver at such slow speed and high angle of attack. However, the Super Hornet's 2 digital flight control computers allow it to remain completely controllable while flying at less than 120 miles an hour. In some dogfights, the ability to fly slowly is more important than being able to fly fast, since it allows the Super Hornet to get behind another aircraft and employ weapons. All right, we'll go back to the cockpit, and here's Spud call out the ground speed. All right, Spud, tell us how slow you can go.
There's 90 knots ground. $80 knots ground. 23 Alpha, 85 knots ground. Hold that 85. Still holding that 85 knots. 24 Alpha.
As they recover from the split S, Plattles and Spud will perform a pitch rate demonstration maneuver to showcase the Super Hornet's excellent pitch authority with a 90 and then a 40-degree turn. Ladies and gentlemen, as the aircraft approaches from the left, if you're enjoying the performance so far, please make some noise for Plattles and Spud as they approach show center. The job of a naval aviator is not complete until their aircraft is back aboard its floating home. And we take great professional pride in our unique ability to land aboard a 100,000-ton U.S. Navy aircraft carrier. It takes an incredible amount of teamwork to launch and recover an aircraft from a moving ship, and this capability allows the U.S. to project power from the sea anywhere in the world. Ladies and gentlemen, from your left, the carrier brake. Even though an aircraft carrier is 1,100 feet long, from the air it appears as small as a postage stamp. In order to land an area 1/10 the length of a normal runway, carrier aviators must touch down between 4 wires stretched across the deck of the ship. To do this, we use an optical landing system commonly referred to as the ball. During the final portion of the approach, the aircrew and landing signals officers, known as paddles, work together to get the aircraft safely aboard. Let's listen in on the final approach.
Power paddles ready to check. South tower loud and clear. Loud and clear on backup. Jack paddles working 18 knots. $206, 3/4 mile, call the ball. 206, Rhino ball, 420. Roger, ball, 18 knots. Easy with it. Little power. Little power to catch. Power back on, bolter, hook skip. Right as Crescent outbound for the photo pass.
Get your cameras ready. Plattles and Spud are now setting up for the photo pass. The aircraft will pass at show center in a 90-degree angle of bank at 200 feet and 700 miles per hour. Ladies and gentlemen, from the right, the Super Hornet photo pass. Ladies and gentlemen, it's now time to present the Navy Tailhook Legacy Flight Demonstration. For over 107 years, naval aviation has been at the tip of the spear defending our nation, while also at the forefront of technological advances which have made our country great. From the courageous pilots who proved that an aircraft could take off and land from ships at sea, to the naval air crews who are taking to the flight to the enemy today. A long legacy of excellence and perseverance precedes them. What you're about to witness is dedicated to keeping naval aviation's ties to its proud legacy alive and well. Tailhook Legacy flight pairs venerable warbirds from our Navy's past with a high-tech weapon system known as the FA-18 Super Hornet. These unique and dynamic formation flight demonstrations, we aim to inspire the best and brightest of the next generation of young Americans to join the ranks of naval aviation. In its early years, naval air power played second fiddle to the great dreadnought of the high seas, the battleship. Scouting for enemy ships was the limit of the new aircraft's mission. During World War II, at the Battle of the Coral Sea and Midway, projecting power from aircraft carriers shaped the future of naval combat. Through the inspired heroism of a handful of naval aviators, two of the most decisive sea battles of the Pacific were won. By the end of that conflict, the aircraft carrier and her air wing had replaced the battleship as the dominant weapon of naval warfare. Ladies and gentlemen, get your cameras ready as the Corsair and the Super Hornet approach in section formation from the right. The Corsair, flown by Mr. Jim Torque Tobel, is the lead aircraft, and the Super Hornet is flying the wing position. You will be able to see and hear the distinct growl of the Corsair's Pratt & Whitney R2800 18-cylinder radial engine, and the power corrections made by the Super Hornet, two General Electric F414 GE turbofan engines to maintain position and formation. And now, the FA-18F Super Hornet is the premier all-weather strike fighter of today. It fills several roles of carrier wing and gives the strike group commander the flexibility needed to engage any threat he or she may face. The mission of the Rhino include air superiority, fighter escort, suppression of enemy air defenses, all-weather day and night precision strike, tactical reconnaissance, and aerial refueling. The Rhino exemplifies our military's might and is key that you can sleep proudly knowing that the U.S. Navy truly owns the night. Its unique ability to take off and land from the carrier with a fearsome variety of weapons in any conditions are its hallmark. It is expected to remain in service till at least 2035. And from the left, we have the flat pass. This F4U-4 Corsair, the Korean war hero, is proudly flown and maintained by Mr. Jim Torque Tobel of Jackson, Wyoming. This specific Corsair was built in August of 1945 and flew over 200 combat missions in 2 different squadrons from 2 different aircraft carriers during the Korean War. Corsairs saw combat in the Pacific and were also used extensively by the Navy and Marine Corps in the Korean War. By the time of the production of the Corsair ended, over 12,500 were built, giving the Corsair the longest production run of any piston engine fighter produced in the United States, racking up an impressive 11-to-1 kill ratio during World War II. The Corsair was also used as a fighter bomber, a role that is excelled in Korea. On their final pass, the Tailhook Legacy flight will approach from behind the crowd, past show center, and perform an opposing pitch-out maneuver for landing. After the break, the Corsair will continue its downwind turn and reconfigure for landing. The Super Hornet will reverse while climbing in the vertical to achieve separation for a carrier break and landing. Ladies and gentlemen, we hope you have enjoyed today's Tailhook Legacy flight demonstration, and thank you for helping us celebrate more than a century of development in U.S. Navy carrier aviation. For those of you in the crowd who represent America's leadership of tomorrow, we can't wait to have you join our naval aviation team. The FA-18 you see here today is one actually used to train pilots and Wizzos at Strike Fighter Squadron 106, based at Naval Air Station Oceana, Virginia, in Virginia Beach. Plattles and Spud serve as instructors teaching new aircrew how to fly and tactically employ the Super Hornet. Currently, there are 33 operational Super Hornet squadrons in the Navy defending freedom and democracy around the world. It takes many talented and dedicated young men and women to maintain, fix, and fly these aircraft. Help us thank the entire Rhino Demo Team maintenance team and our maintenance professionals here at the show. They are AM1 Daniel Grice from Brooklyn, New York, AT2 Kenneth Ferrara from Murfreesboro, Tennessee, AME2 Emily Hopkins from Houston, Texas, and AM2 Shalik Zimmerman from Brooklyn, New York. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the entire United States Navy, we thank you for allowing us to demonstrate the capabilities of the FA-18 Super Hornet. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a big round of applause to Plattles and Spud for today's Rhino demonstration.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, as we get Jim Torktoble and Paddles in the Super Hornet off the runway, let me ask you a question. Are you ready to watch the Thunderbirds? Oh, wait. Come on. Look, I'm from Florida, too. That was really poor. They've flown all the way from Las Vegas here to fly for you today. Let's make them feel at home. I'm going to ask you again. I would like to have a Floridian response. Are you ready for the Thunderbirds? You got it, Primo.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am Major Jake M. Pellizzeri, Thunderbird 8, the team's advanced pilot and narrator from Cincinnati, Ohio. Right now, the pilots are completing some pre-flight checks at the end of the runway, and once they are ready, they will take to the skies. Soon you will hear Thunderbird 1 command the pilots to run up their engines as they accelerate down the runway from your right to your left.
Runway 28. Number 1, clear for takeoff. Runway 28. Thunderbirds, let's run them up. Smoke up ready now. Smoke up ready now. Thunderbirds, release brakes ready now. Burners now. Nose wheels steering. Nose wheels. Here now. Burners out, ready now. Power coming back, power coming right on the back, power's coming right on the back, power's coming right on the back. Oh, they're on the roll. Left air executive. Commission 2, 3. R. 161 okay. 2, 3. R. Standby smoke, smoke ready now. Smoke up ready now. Back left for a low opener. Oh yeah. Left turn. Ease in forward, right turn, ease in forward, back. Right.
And now Sun and Fun. Stand tall as America's ambassadors in blue open with a tribute to the greatest nation on earth. America's own, your 2022 United States Air Force Air Demonstration Squadron, known to all the world as the Thunderbirds!
A little more. A little more. What do you? Idea. Easing for just a bit. Approaching the left. Easing forward, left turn. Easing forward, back, left, all the way. Go friend.
In 1954, the first solo pilot made their debut on the Thunderbirds, and in 1962, the opposing solo was added. Now look from behind and overhead as the solos execute the ever-inspiring crossover break.
Forward, right, turn, ease in forward, back, right, all the way. Little power up. Back left for damper. Yeah. Left turn.
Thunderbird fans, have your cameras ready for a picture of formation flying at its finest as the diamond is approaching from the right at a mere 18 inches apart for your 2022 Diamond Pass in review.
Hook on, ready now. Hook off, ready now, right turn. Little power up.
Now watch from your left as Thunderbird 5 displays the historic Thunderbird emblem on the bottom of his aircraft with the knife edge pass.
Back ready for roll. Oh, yeah. Right turn. Quick. Calypso.
The original Thunderbird Diamond was led by Major Dick Catledge, with twin captains Buck and Bill Patillo as wingmen and Captain Kanaga as the slot pilot. Now look in front and to your left as the current Thunderbird Diamond maintains precise formation position in the Diamond roll.
Rolling, listen, rolling into the... Back in with the... Oh! Hook up, ready now. He's in forward. Right turn. This is our best. Get my force down. A little more. Hold there, slow right down.
As we fly for you today, we are proud to represent America's Air Force. We are the most lethal Air Force on the planet. Now look back and to your right and find Thunderbirds 5 and 6 teamed up for the Calypso pass.
Ease in forward, left. Turn, ease in forward, back, left. All the way. Hook off. Ready now, go straight. Right turn.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Diamond is approaching from behind and to your left in the tight echelon formation. Watch as 1 becomes 4 with the echelon pass in review.
Hook on, ready now. Go center. Hook up, ready now. Hold it down right now.
Surprise, Lakeland! That was Thunderbird 6 sneaking up on you with the sound of freedom. Now from your left, watch as our lead solo, Major Oliver, maintains level flight while performing the challenging slow roll.
Back left for Bonzo roll. Oh, yeah. Clear. Ease and forward, left and right. Thanks.
Now from the right, Captain Katz will approach upside down at nearly 500 miles per hour. As he reaches show center, watch as he quickly rolls 360 degrees back to inverted flight.
A little more. 200. Forward, right.
The Diamond is now approaching from the right. This is a rare opportunity to go inside the cockpit of Thunderbird 1 as Lieutenant Colonel Elliott calls for the 4 Diamond pilots to perform simultaneous aileron rolls in close formation.
Ready now. Gabanto spread ready now. Stand by. Hack. Oh, let's hack now. Or spread. Off. Ready now. And roll. Or this. Tip that. Out of bounds. Back right for tail up.
From your right, Major Oliver, and from your left, Captain Katz, inbound for show center at a closing speed of nearly 1,000 miles per hour. Before passing, they'll bank sharply, narrowly avoiding each other for the opposing knife edge.
And a little more fall. A little bit of right bank and a little more fall. Right turn, a little more fall. Down. 2 feet. 4.
Approaching ahead and to your left, the Thunderbirds are in the challenging trail formation, with each wingman flying just a few feet from the aircraft in front of him. On command, watch as they smoothly transition back to the Thunderbird diamond formation.
Ready now. All set time right now. Ready now, right turn. Stop turn. Back right for a high-low hit. Oh, yeah.
Our two solo pilots have positioned themselves on opposite ends of the show line to cross at show center for the inverted pass. A difficult maneuver made even more challenging since Thunderbird 5 is approaching upside down.
Little power back. Ready. Stand 5, brake. Speed brakes out. Ready now. 5, clear. 6 clear. Call second. You're out of 7. Standby gear. Gear now. Little power up. Little power up. Little power back. Ease and forward left. Turn ease and forward back. Left all the way. Little power up.
Ladies and gentlemen, look back to your right. It's the Diamond. Gear down, flaps down. Above them in hot pursuit, look for smoke. That's Major Oliver closing in on the Diamond at over 500 miles per hour. Watch as he maneuvers his F-16 to intercept and overtake the Diamond directly in front of you.
6,200. $4,200. Power coming right on up. Power's coming right on up. Give me one, Bob. Let's power back. Speed brakes in. Ready now. Say my gear. You now. Join up. Pass. Let's go on. Ready now. Right turn. Power's coming back. Power's coming right on. Back. Power's coming right on. Scattered at 6,000 A, winds are left to right 30 knots.
While the maneuvers you're watching today are in tight formation and at low altitude, they require the same level of concentration and discipline that every Air Force pilot must employ. Whether flying combat missions over hostile territory or flying in support of humanitarian efforts in adverse conditions. Now watch as Thunderbird 5 completes his rejoin with the Diamond to perform the low bomb burst.
Background for a low BB. Oh, yeah. Positive. A little more. Stand by, brake, let's brake ready down, brake ready down, brake ready down. Stand by, hex, let's hex now. Give out, hex. Miles on tap. 1 plus that. 1 mile. Alley 13. 4. Gotcha, bye.
Woohoo! That was Major Kyle Oliver, Thunderbird 5, with one more surprise as he approached supersonic speeds. While supersonic speeds are critical in chasing down the enemy, slow speed handling is just as important in aerial combat. Watch from the right as Captain Katz goes from low and slow to a full afterburner muscle climb.
190. Power back. Forward in. A little bit of right crank. I can. Ease in forward left. Turn ease in forward back. Left all the way. 5-car ready now.
Watch as Thunderbird 5 rejoins with the diamond to the right as this familiar formation approaches for the 5-car pass.
No center. Open soul, more full. Hook off ready now. Full third. Stinger ready now. Hey, or. Left turn. Little power up.
From low into the left, count along with Thunderbird 6 as he performs the precise 8-point hesitation roll.
Little power up. Stack left for stinger brake cross. Oh yeah. Ease in for a little bit of right. Think. Clear. Turn. Forward right, turn ease.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Thunderbirds would like to dedicate this next pass to all the families here today, whose loved ones are deployed around the globe in defense of our freedoms.
And with the pull, set. Stand by 5 out, ready now. 800, come outside. One 80 out, 1.8. 1.7, ease in forward. Ease in forward, right. Turn 1 mile, ease in forward, back, right, all the way. Fuck off, ready now, right turn. Clear. Turn after the... Stand by board, force now.
Now watch as Thunderbird 6 demonstrates the raw power and tight turn performance of the F-16 with the maximum performance turn.
Little power up. And a little more pull. Take right for burn 3. It'll power up.
Look behind and to your right for precision flying under G with the Diamond Burner 360. As our two solo pilots, Thunderbirds 5 and 6, rejoin with the Diamond to form the Thunderbird Delta formation, we would like to take a moment to honor those veterans in the crowd today whose service and sacrifice have given us the freedoms that we greatly cherish.
Gun ready now. Show center. Left turn. Little power up. Stop turn. Little power up. Left turn. Little power back. Stand by board. Force now.
Now watch as Lieutenant Colonel Elliott repositions the Delta formation for the Delta roll. As you take time to watch the precision required to maneuver 6 F-16s as one formation, let that serve as a reminder of not just the teamwork, but also the dedication and commitment that makes our team and the United States Air Force the most capable and credible force on the planet.
Ease in forward, deck, right, all the way. Smoke on ready now, nose coming up. Only left and rolling into the... Is that okay? Done. Continuing the left roll. And a little more pull. Right turn.
As the Delta soars above, we are proud to represent the 66,000 airmen who are deployed around the world in defense of our freedoms. While our airmen, guardians, soldiers, sailors, coasties, and Marines risk their lives every day to fight for our democracy, it is the families that stay behind who are the silent heroes of our military. Their sacrifices do not go unrecognized, and we thank every mom, dad, husband, wife, son, and daughter who support their deployed military member each day while they fight to keep our own country free.
Back right for Delta 360. Oh, yeah. Right turn. Ease in forward, left turn, ease in forward, back.
Now from your right, watch the formation of 6 F-16s precisely maneuver, showcasing teamwork at its finest for the Delta 360.
Right turn. And where's up? All set. What idiot? I'm up. Easing for just a bit. Just there. Easing for a little bit of left bank.
As the Delta repositions for the Delta Burst, the flying skill and grace you see evolves from 69 years of technical training and thousands of hours of practice and employment. Every airman who wears the Thunderbird uniform is a military member first, highly trained in a professional Air Force skill. As Airmen First, Thunderbirds use years of on-the-job training to provide consistent and credible global vigilance, global reach, and global power, giving a critical edge to today's joint warfighting and coalition teams. Wherever they have been before, and wherever they go after their time on the team, the Thunderbirds are airmen first and airmen always, faithfully and professionally representing their brothers and sisters in arms, who are providing unrivaled air, space, and cyber dominance around the globe. Approaching from directly in front, your 2022 Thunderbirds and the inspirational Delta Burst.
Stand by to burst the blue out. Stand by blue out. Ready now. Was 340. Left turn.
Our solo pilots are once again inbound for a high-speed head-on pass. As they cross at show center, watch for them to climb sharply, then reverse course in a split-S maneuver to cross again with a knife-edge pass. Let's go inside the cockpit and listen as they execute this breathtaking maneuver.
Ready. Taking the line. We got Duck 43290. Inbound, 545 270. Online. Stand by, the brakes. Ready now. Pitching right. Smoke. Flies on top, 16,300 slowing. $300. 290. 280. You're out of smoke. 270. 270 gear.
As your Thunderbirds come into land, we hope you have found today's performance inspirational. It is the culmination of hundreds of hours of training and preparation, representing the unparalleled devotion to duty of every combat airman in your Air Force. We encourage those young people in the audience today to dream big, choose integrity, to serve their communities and families, and surround themselves with excellence.
Number 3 gear. Gear 3. Number 4 gear. Copy, gear 4. Number 6 gear. Copy, gear 6.
All of us here at the Thunderbird family would like to thank you for your continued support of the United States military and the Air Force. It has been our great honor to represent America's airmen with our performance today. Please visit us at airforce.com/Thunderbirds or follow us on any of the social media platforms, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and Twitter at AF Thunderbirds. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now my pleasure to introduce you some of the airmen on the ground that have brought the entire show together by providing impressive filming, music, communications, and logistics. Located right here at our communications trailer, please help me recognize our Chief Enlisted Manager from Sumter, South Carolina, Chief Master Sergeant Timothy Johnson. Our Squadron First Sergeant from Hampton, Virginia, Master Sergeant Terrace Lee. Our Operations Flight Chief from San Antonio, Texas, Master Sergeant Roger Ramos. Our Section Chief of Thunderbird Communications from Riverside, California, Tech Sergeant Tierra Pippins. Our NCOIC of Thunderbird Radio Frequency Transmission from Manchester, New Hampshire, Staff Sergeant Jordan Petro. Flight Chief of Thunderbird Airlift Operations and Note Specialist from Coopers Cove, Texas, Master Sergeant Jerry Batalon. Our unit training manager and DJ for today from Misawa, Japan, Tech Sergeant Yuka Hariyama. Our assistant NCOIC of Computer Systems Administration and videographer from Huntington Beach, California, Tech Sergeant Kyle DeWald. Our NCOIC of the Commander's Support Staff and videographer from Melissa, Texas, Staff Sergeant Matthew Toole. Our resource advisor and providing timing for our show from Columbus, Georgia, Master Sergeant Rami Batter. Our NCOIC of Public Affairs from Pottstown, Pennsylvania, Tech Sergeant Nick Myers. Our NCOIC of Command Information from San Diego, California, Staff Sergeant Andrew Sarver. Our Thunderbird photographer from Goulian, Texas, Staff Sergeant Brianna Diaz. Our Aircrew Flight Equipment Shift Lead from Colorado Springs, Colorado, Staff Sergeant Brandon Butler. And our Aircrew Flight Equipment Shift Lead from Tallahassee, Florida, Staff Sergeant Deanna Quijada. As you have witnessed, the precise execution of our demonstration requires unparalleled devotion from all of our 130 airmen, each possessing refined skills and distinctive abilities. The unique backgrounds of our team members represents the rich diversity of our nation and is the key to making today's demonstration a success.
7 Alpha Juliet, depart. Flying copies, Alpha Juliet, depart.
Ladies and gentlemen, as our F-16s taxi to park, it marks the completion of today's demonstration. The 4,838th in team's history and our 7th of 69 scheduled this year. We are pleased to have flown for you today and to showcase the quality in action and pride in performance that has been the foundation of the United States Air Force for over 70 years. This year is extra special for us as it marks the 75th anniversary of your United States Air Force. Happy birthday, Air Force. Now, it takes more than just superb flying ability to accomplish the Thunderbird mission. It takes outstanding support, including 130 of the finest enlisted members of your United States Air Force, and 6 additional officers, including Thunderbird 7, our operations officer from Spring Grove, Pennsylvania, Major Ryan Yingling. Thunderbird 8, that's me, our advanced pilot and narrator from Cincinnati, Ohio, Major Jake M. Pellizzeri. Thunderbird 9, our flight surgeon from Mountain City, Tennessee, Captain Travis Grindstaff. Thunderbird 10, our executive officer from Wildwood, Missouri, Captain Katie Moorkamp. Thunderbird 11, our maintenance officer from Levittown, Pennsylvania, Major Bobby Gula. And Thunderbird 12, our public affairs officer from Clifton Park, New York, Captain Katie Toner. And now, ladies and gentlemen, your demonstration pilots for the 2022 Thunderbird team. Thunderbird 1, the team's commander and leader from Houston, Texas, Lieutenant Colonel Justin Elliott. Thunderbird 2, the left wing from Cerritos, California, Major Ian Lee. Thunderbird 3, the right wing from Stillwater, Minnesota, Major Lauren Schlitting. Thunderbird 4, the slot from Orlando, Florida, Major Zane Taylor. Thunderbird 5, the lead solo from Beaver Creek, Ohio, Major Kyle Oliver. And Thunderbird 6, the opposing solo from Los Angeles, California, Captain Daniel Katz. The Thunderbirds thank you for letting us perform for you here in the great state of Florida. Now it is my pleasure to hand the mic back to the voice of Sun and Fun, Mr. Larry Strain. You got it, Larry.
Great job, my friend. Well, Dave Keim, what'd you think of the day?
I thought it was great. How about you?
Yeah, well, yeah, a little windy, but other than that, we got a full show in, and I think everybody enjoyed every single thing.
It was a bit drier than yesterday, though.
Yes, it was. Miss Steph, You had some interesting people talking to you today.
We really enjoyed being a part of the Sun and Fun live broadcast powered by LiveAirShowTV. We are back again tomorrow at 1 o'clock to bring you even more content. We've got some fun stuff in store tonight, more interviews to gather. And you know what? I'm not complaining about the wind because my feet are dry and I didn't have to hunker down in a building. So all in all, this was great and everybody got to fly today and it was awesome to see.
Can you give us a hint of what you got in store for tomorrow?
No, sir. I know better. You got a sticker. How about this? I'll tell you it involves Jimmy Fordham. Jimmy Fordham. It involves a little Team Aeroshell action tomorrow. So it should be a lot of fun.
Very good. Well, that's a wrap for us, folks. Drive carefully on your way home. Just obey what the security folks are telling you as you leave. We've had a wonderful time. If you loved it today, come back tomorrow. We'll have more.
We have two more days of it.
And we have a night show tomorrow.
Yes, sir.
Fireworks, everything. See ya.
Have a great
night. See you then. Have a great evening, everyone.
Bye.